I'm sure that was great to start the stream.
There you guys go. Roro's learning to do everything. Literally, she does everything. She does everything behind the scenes, literally.
So how do you find it? You literally just go to mesomatwx.com.
Yep. Website.
And everything is there on the website.
So as well as team applications,
All right, YouTube, what is going on, guys? It's probably the last stream you're gonna get this type of view, which, not like I'm like dying. No, we're going storm chasing. Hopefully next week. Forecast looks a little iffy, but you know, we'll see. Ugh, my hair, and also I got a haircut. That's gonna be another big thing, arguably bigger than storm chasing. I had a haircut since Thanksgiving. It's definitely the longest I've gone without having a haircut in my life. It's quite ridiculous. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Got a rapidly developing and unstabilizing atmosphere here. You can see it on your radar in front. I'm gonna lock these in place. You know, we'll see what happens here. A few tornadoes with a couple intense tornadoes possible. I really hope we do not verify in this forecast because this one has the risk to be very, very concerning. Obviously, you know, every setup we've had, almost every setup we've had so far this season has been underwhelming. This is one where I think can surprise us, just generally because we have the shear, we have the surface gusts, you know, the shear, and we're sticking to the enhanced risk, which I agree with. You know, the big thing is. We have a high ceiling uncertainty. Man, that's like really the theme of the year. But you know, hopefully we can get out of this one again. Okay. Trying to get my coughs out of the way before I start the TikTok stream. Just have been having a lingering cough again. It seems to be never ending cycle with me. Which, to be fair, I had a good, 2 months there. I was really sick earlier this year, but I honestly think it's partly allergies. Hopefully I don't have the new epidemic virus you guys might be seeing going on. You know, I got some interesting decisions to make here. I don't know if anyone's on YouTube yet as we get things started off here. I got to decide what formats we're going to stream it, which we're going to test stuff. But YouTube, I'm sort of leaning towards streaming on YouTube Shorts. I know it might be a little outlandish, but it seems to be like the new era. It will be a pain overall because it's just hard to make things like that work. He was just so used to shooting, you know, in horizontal, especially for big stories like this. So, you know, we'll see. A nice confluence band here working off. And actually, we might have some big problems coming here very soon. Got a couple of these big pockets I'm already seeing, which might break away. The main thing we have to see is anything breaks away from confluence band. I guess we can check close to radar to see how this is working out here. Well, it's still pretty messy. Man, look at the moisture is popping off the radar. There's so much moisture in the radar right now. You know, these aren't looking too healthy. They're still looking pretty messy. I don't see them getting too organized just yet. The southern one has my eye, but look at the rotation. There's absolutely nothing going on. So it's gonna be a waiting game, I think, for at least the first hour here. We'll see. Alright, sorry. I'm kind of pausing for a second. I'm trying to get my post to load. Another problem I'm dealing with, which is another short-lived problem, is my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi has been a little terrible of lately. It's been frustrating, to say the least, again. God, this place. This student housing, it has not been good. It's another problem that I literally have 48 hours until it's over. Actually, you know, I have less than 48 hours left in Spain. That's crazy. 48 hours, I will be on a plane back to the United States. I think I'll be landing in Philly probably 2 hours from 48 hours from now. So, you know, it's coming. All right, guys, we're almost there. I just got to post on getting the Tornado Watch post out first. Figured I'd hop on YouTube first. Any devoted YouTube subscribers out there could get their questions in first. Oh, I did not put captions on that video. Well, rest in pepperonis, I guess. I might step and grab my portable charger. Ooh, gosh, I actually do not know where that is. Shoot. Seems like I'm losing everything around here. I had scissors that I bought, and I cannot find them for the life of me. I think, yeah, okay. No, that's my calculator. What the heck? I gotta find out where these scissors are just in case they're in my backpack, and I don't want to obviously smuggle that onto a plane. That would not be good. I think I might be yelled at for that one. I cannot find where. Oh, I think it's. Nope. It's a problem. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I think it's under here. Really, right underneath my nose. Yep, there it is. I got it. Perfect. We're good. Ready to go. I think this is gonna be a long stream, so just kind of getting settled in. At least I kind of figure it'll either be a long stream or we'll be over quick. Because if the storm mode goes sloppy, then we're calling it early. If not, then we're gonna have some big issues and we're gonna be up pretty late together. So this watch does go until 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock, I guess, local time, central time. It seems like everything's sort of working out. You can see this confluence band really starting to take shape here. That's really we're going to watch out for the supercell sprouting from. Okay, that's done. That's done. I actually don't think I posted on YouTube. Oh, no, I did. I got it. Okay, cool. Last thing I'll do is I'm going to post the YouTube live stream link. Oh, my gosh. Is my portable battery dead? Yikes. That is quite unfortunate. I did not know that. Well, I don't think I'd be using my phone anyways. But would have been nice to have. Yep. It is at 0. I don't think I've ever seen 0 on that. Oh, I knew they'd issue one for Alabama. I don't know why they issued the watches separately. That was quite interesting. Gosh, you guys have no idea. Like, everything's gonna be so much better quality here in literally less than a week. Again, our start date is Monday. However, depending on the weather, we'll see how things change. I mean, yep. Cool. Let's get the link out. Boom. That's how we do it. Obviously, okay, there's a new watch out, by the way. Well, that's huge. Well, that's huge. It's a huge watch. Oh, gosh. Why do they separate the watches, bro? At the same time, we'll have to wait for the percentages to go out. Okay. There we go. One last one, guys. We're almost there. And boom. I always have to be careful on some of my accounts because I have my personal account and then I have like my rainy day weather account. And sometimes I accidentally post my content on the wrong ones. Like, oops. Did not mean to do that. Okay, cool. I think we should be good. All right, who's ready for this? You buckled up? I see there's someone probably in chat. He's about to get interesting. Okay. You know, one thing that really can help us out here. Oh gosh, this is terrible. Mezzo, why are we stuck in? Okay, can we get the other sector, please? Okay, we're gonna go. Let's start this one. Okay. Beautiful. TikTok's getting started here. Oh, the last thing I'm going to do before starting TikTok is actually fill my water. Gotta fill up the water. Be right back, guys. Alright, guys. I think we're all ready to go. We got water. We got my portable charger charging. That probably won't be done charging until I leave. Definitely should have been charging that, especially with a long trip ahead, but what are you going to do? And we're going to throw on this Konos, because why not? There we go. Got still a lot of clouds around, which might lead to some issues. Okay. Great. Okay, well that's center. That's fine. I think the last thing I'm going to do is pull up meso analysis. All right. Let me get this show on the road, shall we? Oh yeah, for sure, the southeast sector. That's pretty good. Supercell composite 12. Okay, we're just gonna stick with the radar. Really wants to do it like right now, north of MS New Orleans here. Okay, cool. Let's get the show on the road. Okay, enough dilly-dallying. Good life. Beautiful. We are good. We're going to stop that. We're going to go there. We're going to click on this. Perfect. All right, guys. We are live. What's up, TikTok? How's it going? This is probably the last time we're live from my study abroad, which is so exciting. We've made it. We have made it. You know, I wasn't too sure if I was going to see you guys from the 75,000 follower special. We'll throw on the live radar just so we can get into this together. But yes, we have an active tornado threat, and this one's kind of a big question mark, right? This could be significant. It could be absolutely nothing. And honestly, looking right now, I'm teetering on what I'm thinking is going to happen here. It's really up in the air. We've got a couple thunderstorms that are really starting to make their way and grow a little bit more mature in Louisiana. We have a severe thunderstorm actively meandering its way kind of through central Alabama. And we're obviously going to keep a close eye on all these things. This thing actually has some good shape to it. You know, let's look at rotation right now. Wow, actually has some rotation too. Montgomery, Alabama might be keeping a close eye on that one. Still looks pretty misshaped, right? It still just looks very messy, which, you know, I think might be the general theme for today. We'll put the large radar on. We'll put everything in motion. Probably cut down that loop time so you can see a little bit better. And yeah, so the big corridor here, guys, that we're concerned about is going to be eastern Texas, most of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, as well as the northwest corner of Georgia. And our core concern, I think, wholeheartedly is going to be a tornado risk today. It is what storm mode are we going to see in the next 1 to 2 hours? And the next 1 to 2 hours across this region is so crucial. Because if we get a breakaway supercell that can become mature here, then we're going to have some issues, right? We're going to have some pretty large issues materialize. But right now, we're right in that time frame in which, okay, this is where we are watching so closely. Birmingham, Alabama. First question of the day. Welcome to the stream, Vamp Edits. At least that's how you say your name. Vamp, maybe. And in Birmingham, you're in a core corridor of the risk. You've just gone underneath a tornado watch, which means the ingredients are now favorable within your area for tornado development. Currently, you don't see any pressing issue, but you should be weather aware. That tornado watch goes until 11 p.m. local time. So it's a pretty long, extended watch in which you have the corridor for tornadoes as well as a possible isolated strong tornado within your region. And that's really what we're pinning down right now. No warnings right now. No warnings. Just watches out now. So that means the ingredients are in place for tornado development. Tampa not going to get involved in this storm. And that's the general theme for today, guys, is the next 1 to 2 hours in your days here. If you're in Alabama, if you're in Mississippi, if you're in Louisiana, if you're in eastern Texas, are so crucial because we are currently watching for how storms will develop. And that's a great question. How strong could it be? It could be very strong. We could have a significant tornado because we have pretty favorable mechanics and dynamics. It means the wind is blowing the correct direction in which you would want if you wanted tornadoes, which we don't want, but we have that in place. The big question is, how will things continue to evolve? Will we have discrete cells, guys? What do I mean by that? Will we have these storms on their own that can stay isolated, can stay by themselves? They don't like their friends. They want to stay as far away from people as possible. If we can get a mature supercell within this zone, then we really start to ramp up the concern of risk for a large-scale tornado. If you guys are ready for the stream, make sure you leave a like so we can get the word out to as many people as possible here. Drop a follow. We'll be live for a solid amount of time depending on storm mode. And yeah, majority of northern Georgia as well as Alabama are in flood watches. Sushi, that's correct. It's kind of a combination of very dry ground that's gonna be pretty rock solid, not gonna be very receptive to rain, and also could see up to 4 inches of rain locally, depending on how storms train. A big thing we're kind of seeing now is confluence bands, in which we're already having training thunderstorms. Obviously not in Georgia, but here in Louisiana first. That's kind of where moisture is piling up all in one place and feeding thunderstorms. Now, the big thing we have to watch for is you have to watch along the band. If we watch along this confluence band, if a storm can break apart, can say, peace out, I'm going off on my own, that is another way where we can basically spawn in supercells. It's where we can cause them to happen. If it starts moving to the east, away from its line that's formed right here, a big concern will materialize. Baton Rouge is just outside the active tornado watch. Most of the activity seems like it's going to happen to the north of you. An isolated storm definitely cannot be ruled out. Metro Atlanta, flooding concerning an isolated tornado within the Metro Atlanta area is possible, especially with the favorable thermodynamics that are happening over there. Going to be a little bit later. You're currently outside of the watch zones. You can see they're including Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and the eastern portions of Texas, but do not include Georgia just yet. Expecting possibly a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch within the next 2 to 3 hours as the kind of disturbance moves through. I can't say for sure if it's going to hit an area or not. You just need to be on a high alert here. And also be acknowledged, or just, be aware of the possibility of this entire forecast falling apart, which is, if we get a ton of thunderstorms that are colliding with each other and it becomes just what's called slop fest. We just have everything mess it up with each other. If we don't have an isolated cell, just a bunch of storms connected to each other, that will reduce the overall severe weather risk, which we really want to hope happens here. The ceiling is very high, though. The app name is Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio. Use the link for 1 free month of premium. The app is free on the App Store. Anything hit Northeast Memphis soon because I got work and I don't want to go. Unfortunately, I don't think I have any good news on that front. You will not be really receiving any severe weather that I think will be noteworthy to cancel any work plans, unfortunately. Tennessee is kind of in a weird area where it's been raining for most of the day, so most of the atmosphere is pretty saturated and isolated storms possible. But yeah, Gabby, maybe many of you who are in this space or have seen or track or kind of follow Storm Chasers, you've seen a lot of people join up Weatherfront. It's really, a really great app. I talked to them last year in fall. And yeah, I'm so happy for them. There's 2 Penn State alumni actually who've kind of been working on it. So yeah, that's what we got, guys. We're kind of in the watch phase right now where we're probably going to be chilling here for a while, chatting. So if you have any questions, this is now the time to ask them. I'm hoping for a chill stream, but of course, this is one where I get a little nervous from because the highest end is we're tracking a massive tornado with a very low LCL. The cloud base will be very low and possibly rain wrapped. It'll be impossible to see, and we might end up with a large tornado or something like that. That's kind of the roof we're dealing with, and that's why we're live right now. Kind of watching how this environment develops as well. Okay, let me get my tracker on so we can start answering some spot locations as well. Again, no immediate threat right now, just kind of the watch phases went out. Anyone in chat in the watch phase now? And anyone in the watch, tornado watch? Thank you, Gabby, for the donation. Appreciate that. All right, let me answer some spot questions. Again, trying to rely on your guys' ability to read a map. Also, a little note. Monday, the storm chase begins, depending on weather. That's now we're going to put a little asterisk next to it. If the weather is not there, then we're not going to go out and chase sunshine. But, we'll see. So far, I'm iffy. I will see. Yesterday, I was not very confident. Today, I'm a little bit more confident that we might go out. We'll see. Either way, we're going to go out, whenever the weather happens. So, starting Monday, we'll be on standby. It's crazy. I have less than 48 hours of my time here in my study abroad. Lincoln, Alabama, underneath a tornado watch. Significant tornado possible within your area here until 11 p.m. local time. How much rain we will get via Nashville around 7 to 9 p.m. Expecting light to moderate showers, not a huge amount of rain, but definitely some rain as this kind of entire system drifts more into the east. Thank you, Aiden, for the donation. Appreciate that. And the follow. Welcome to the Rainy Day Weather family. What a great time to join. You're about to join the Storm Chase Rainy Day Weather family, the first one ever. Crazy. Gardendale, of course, Gardendale, Alabama has just fallen underneath an active tornado watch. It means the ingredients are in place for tornadoes. Core threats are tornadoes and some isolated significant tornado threat as the environment develops. Keep an eye on that. Again, big failure mode for today, guys. If this zone I have highlighted in red becomes very messy and we don't get an isolated storm, we will be spared from the highest end severe weather today. And I think that is a core possibility. And that's why the next 1 to 2 hours are so crucial right now. That's why we're live kind of before even an active tornado warning is ongoing. It's because I want to explain how this environment's developing and what I'm seeing so far. And what I'm seeing so far is I'm seeing confluence bands that are kind of developing. And that's really what we need to watch closely. What confluence bands are. They are basically, there is so much moisture in the air right now, about 2 inches of PWAT, which is the precipitable water. If you squeezed out the atmosphere all the way down into a tiny column, about 2 inches of water, which is a ton of water. That water is gathering in places right now. It's gathering. And that's kind of providing some localized lift to spark these thunderstorms. The big thing we have to see is, will one spark and then meander its way by itself? If something like that happens, guys, we have a huge, huge problem on our hands. But it's not guaranteed as we continue to track. Please don't spam chat. North Chicago has nothing to worry about right now. You're chilling. You're also muted. Jackson, Mississippi. No, underneath an active tornado watch, a significant tornado cannot be ruled out. Need you to be weather aware here. How about a storm is affected again in Tuscaloosa? It all hinges, guys. It's really hard to answer your questions about exact strength or the next 1 to 2 hours. I'm going to be saying this a lot. Next 1 to 2 hours are so important. Let's talk about 2 scenarios that might be happening. Let's flash forward 2 hours with me, okay? Forward 2. Let's do the worst case scenario, right? I'd say the least likely one, but we'll talk about the worst case first. We have a supercell or a few supercells break free from our confluence bands, which are the pooling bands of water. Starts to move east, and then we might see a violent tornado somewhere within our tornado watch zone. That is not what we want, and that's unfortunately a possibility because of the mechanics. That would require a discrete supercell to be all on its own, a lot of clear air. We'll see. There's a lot of storms already in the zone, and that's kind of the worst case, right? That's the least likely. But the best case is this red highlighted zone becomes a mess. There's a lot of moderate to heavy rain showers, some thunderstorms, mostly on the less severe side. I think that's a more likely outcome here, I hope. But yeah, let me answer some more questions. How many days until the chase? Well, I guess 5 days, technically. Monday we start chasing with a asterisk on it now, unfortunately, depending on weather, because if there's no weather happening, we're not going to go out to Oklahoma. And it would be fun to see anyone in Oklahoma who's there. We're not going to go out there and for no reason. We had a forecast discussion as a team today, and let me know if you guys would be interested in kind of hearing our forecast discussions, because maybe we'll do that tomorrow. For location picking. I wanted to do that like in the chase, but I didn't know if you guys would be interested in this kind of far out. We're going to pick our kind of forecasts and our planning and kind of behind the scenes look on storm chasing. Now I'm almost out of Spain. Less than 48 hours. Less than 40. Let me see. I leave at 3. So that's 7. I have 41 hours left in Spain, guys. What should I do? I know I'm kind of spending on live streaming, but this is a pretty important risk zone. Literally after tomorrow, I'm going to rip down all my soundproof paneling and basically move out. How does the Birmingham area look like this afternoon? Well, right now, we are underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are building for tornado development. I need you to be weather aware until 11 p.m. local time. I was hoping for thunderstorms the other day, but we didn't get anything, even rain. Yeah, it's been interesting setups. Louisville, Mississippi. Let me see if I can pick that out here. Is it pronounced Louisville like the same type of pronunciation as Kentucky? Well, anyways, Louisville in Mississippi here is. Oh, let me see if you sneak. I believe you're underneath you're underneath the tornado watch right now. That means the ingredients are now there for tornado development. I need you to be weather aware until 10 p.m. local time. A significant tornado cannot be ruled out, really hinging on the fact of where does our storms going to go out to. It's Louisville. That's Louisville, Mississippi. I'm confused. Did I do Louisville? Oh, Louisville. Okay, cool. Louisville, Kentucky is chilling. You're fine. Yeah, I believe you have no precipitation. Anyone in Colorado in chat? I know you guys just got a historic snowstorm in regards to May. Lots of snow. Some of the higher elevations seeing over 2 feet. An average Denver sees about 1 inch of snow in May, and I believe their official site got around 4 inches. Oops. Okay, there we go. Louisville. Okay, cool. Will we be getting any more rain or storms in Knoxville, Tennessee? I don't know about storms. Maybe an isolated rumble of thunder. Definitely more rain on the way as this kind of system slides to the east. General lift in the area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for Alabama. This is from kind of south of Marion, east of Uniontown, across Route 80. This is mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. I think this is probably the most healthy-looking storm. And as I say that, over the past 5 minutes, it's really starting to lose some shape here. You know, this is what I'm really looking for. Let's look a little bit closer look here. And, ooh, I actually do not like that look. A little bit of a hook developing on this bad boy here, obviously. Keep an eye on that. Let me just cross-reference that with rotation. And maybe a little bit. Nothing that's kind of screaming at me as a problem. So we'll look how storms develop here. Good time to chat. Santi, I believe you're going to go underneath the tornado watch probably within the next 2 to 3 hours. I missed your gaming stream because I was out with friends. No, Kevin, that's so sad. You're probably, unfortunately, going to have to wait for the next one. It shouldn't be too long, hopefully. With storm chasing in the field, I feel like we should gain some pretty big audience pretty quickly. So don't worry, guys. We'll have gaming streams even if we have to have them on the road. Well, obviously, I'll have my laptop, which we can do gaming sessions. So the next one's a huge one. Obviously, 100,000 followers is up next for kind of the big kind of quarter. You know, last time it was 25,000 on top of 50,000. So I guess it's the same progression. We'll see. We might do one earlier, but we'll see what happens. It's going to be crazy next couple of months here. Obviously, storm chasing. Greenville, Mississippi. Let me take a look. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. Getting through the week. Sometime. I am one final away from being done with my junior year. Pretty crazy. Greenville, Mississippi, I believe. So you're outside of the active tornado watch. You could see an isolated severe storm, but most of the severe weather is expected to be down to your south. I believe, taking a look at the meso analysis. Let me just see here. I think the main reason for that, I can take a guess, is probably energy. Yeah, if you take a look at the energy on the left side of your screen right above me here, there really is a huge amount of lacking energy. There's no energy in your region, so there's no lift. But look at this bullseye here, Al. Really keeping an eye on where this storm is heading into. You see that bullseye of 4,500 joules of Cape. That's a lot of energy physically within there. Also, just throwing in the precipitable water. There's our 2 inches of precipitable water, by the way, right in this dark green. Woo, gosh, that's a lot of rain. That will also make tornadoes and chasing an absolute drag today for any storm chasers out there. Good luck. Do not envy you. You got Dixie Alley, and as you have LCLs around a few hundred feet. That means the cloud bases are so low, and then you also probably have just rain all over the place. Sounds so fun. What are your after college plans right now? Right now, actually, I'm planning to go full time for rainy day weather. It's pretty crazy. All your support has been so amazing, in which I've seen the opportunities across my social media platforms. That's why this summer I'm basically investing all of rainy day weather funds into storm chasing and teaching you guys about the atmosphere. Basically, bringing you guys in my passenger seat. Such an amazing thing. I mean, I am so lucky to have gotten to this point, and I really appreciate your support. So. Got one more year, expecting to continue rainy day weather as we work through my senior year. Jeez, crazy to say. And then we'll see how it goes from there. But firstly, this summer, rainy day weather storm chase year 1, pretty crazy. Who's under the threat for tornado? There's a lot of people underneath threat for tornado today. We've kind of zooming out a little bit here so I can get you all on screen. It's going to be the so far eastern counties of Texas, the Jasper, Kirbyville, underneath an active tornado watch. But then switching over to Louisiana, mainly centralized in Louisiana here. I can kind of highlight a little bit better there. And kind of switching up to the southern and central portions of Mississippi. And lastly, most of Alabama, other than the most northern and most southern counties, also underneath an active tornado watch. That means there is an active... The ingredients there for tornadoes. And we're also kind of just watching how storms develop over the next 1 to 2 hours. Huge things coming, possibly. Yeah. Who's under more threat? I mean, there's not a specific area that I'd be more concerned about. More down to the south, I think right here it's like the big area to watch, at least like near term. What does the blue with dots mean? I don't know exactly what you're referencing. Blue with dots. Might need clarification on that one. I don't see anything that is sticking out to me. You guys excited for the chase? Should be a ton of fun. Grenada, Mississippi, currently... you might be far north enough to avoid it. Yeah, I believe you're just outside the active tornado watch, so most of the severe weather should stick to you down to your south. On the thing with the bullseye, I don't exactly know what you're referencing. Will Georgia tonight be underneath the tornado watch? I think northern Georgia, yes. A big thing I think hinges on this fact. Well, I want to take the SBC meso analysis because this will help me kind of form a better opinion. There's inhibition down to the south in Georgia, but definitely down to the north. I think there's something to work with. An isolated tornado. Currently right now, the last thing I want to look at is tornado parameter. There's always there's a million, as you can tell, a million things to look at for here. Look at the changing direction of wind with height. There's definitely some. I think a tornado watch is probably warranted here in the next 2 to 4 hours, or 1 to 2 hours. Probably I put you in 1 to 2 hours. You can see some of that blue. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but the blue is kind of the changing direction of wind of height at the lowest level, your critical angle, as I should say. And it's there. There's definitely more down to our core risk, which is Mississippi, Alabama, and kind of centralized Louisiana. But it's definitely something to watch. Ever storm chase? Yes, John, I have. I storm chased for a research group, Penn State research group, last year. Was it an amazing opportunity to get as a rising junior? And we actually launched weather balloons into storms. So I have weather balloon launching experience, which is such a rare experience to say. But yes, might be trying to leverage some of that experience for this chase. I have some ideas. I'm not going to spoil everything for you guys. It's not just going to be straight up chase. We're going to do science experiments. So if you guys ever have any ideas, I love to bring ideas out into the field. So if you ever have an idea or come up with one, well, what would happen if you did that in the field, a tornado, or kind of just a general question? Always feel free to reach out. You guys are the ones who literally made it possible, so it's at least I can do. If there were one, how can you tell if there's a tornado from this? So there's not an active tornado right now, and I'm monitoring the situation closely. But obviously, we're leveraging radar here, especially with a probably low visibility day, with so much rain around the place. Anything notable for Memphis? I don't believe so. I think it's going to be mainly light to moderate rain, maybe a rumble of thunder. I'm not exercising the severe weather to get out there. Like chase tornadoes and stuff. If so, what's the biggest one you've ever chased? So John, it's kind of funny. We kind of chased hybrid stuff because we launched balloons. We're trying to avoid hail, so that's a big thing. So kind of avoided a lot of tornadoes, but I did see the Wellfleet tornado in Nebraska last year just from happening to be there. So it was actually my professor's first tornado, I believe, that he like got proximity to, but we were not like in a tornado chase vehicle. So things are a little bit different from that, but I got so much experience. We were out there for 5 weeks. I think it was... We drove so much. I think it was 12,000 miles we put on the rental van. This time we have the rainy day weather storm chase vehicle is going to be a Honda Civic equipped with weather equipment as well as Starlink that's completely working now. So Wi-Fi even out in the middle of nowhere. So you guys will not miss a beat. It's actually really surprising how strong the Wi-Fi is. We're going to get a tornado in Alabama. Yeah, definitely possible right now. You're underneath a tornado watch until 11 p.m. A significant tornado is not out of the question. Next 1 to 2 hours are critical for storm development. Needs you to be on high alert here. Pretty cool. Appreciate that. Yep. I mean, the experience last year with launching balloons into storms was just absolutely amazing. I mean, it was crazy. It was also frustrating because it is very tricky to do stuff like that. Let me see if I can pull up a photo really quick. I can throw on screen of this. So yeah, we launched balloons with equipment. Here is a Wellfleet tornado from last year. Oh, if it wants to highlight, boom. That was a pretty crazy. That was my first tornado too, and that was last year. That was pretty crazy. And then, oh well, here's a cow. I'm gonna answer a question while I'm. Like that was Nebraska, by the way. Here's a cow. Pretty, yeah. I mean, I was talk about lucky. And then, wait, where's like I have so many photos. Where is the like balloon photo? Oh, there we go. Well, it's a little bit hard to see, but I have so many stories. I could talk for hours, but I'll probably leave that for when we're out in the car and storm chasing together, and there's a little bit more boring, less questions. There you go. So the balloon's pretty large. It's about 7 feet in diameter. So don't be misled. And you can see the payload right there. So we launched that into storms. And the videos and photos are crazy. There's currently a publication that has I'm a co-author on, currently working on the side, as well as working on rainy day weather. And then I'm acknowledged in another article that's already published. So pretty amazing experience as a sophomore. I was very lucky. Storm coming here, Mississippi. Yeah, southern Mississippi, central Mississippi, currently underneath a tornado watch until 10 p.m. local time. Yeah, that was pretty nice tornado. And like I can call it a nice tornado because it literally hit nothing. So it's a very, very beautiful tornado. When is it supposed to hit North Georgia, and is it supposed to be bad? Well, Emma, I don't think it's gonna be. It depends on what your definition by bad is. I can tell you the next few hours are so critical in determining what we're gonna see today. Again, huge range of possibilities right now, and there's still many of them on the table. We could see a high-end impact one where we have numerous strong tornadoes, or we could have like a slop fest in which there's a weaker storm. But with that, we are now going into active tornado warning mode. We have our first tornado warning, and this one is in Louisiana. Let's go into it. Meridian is underneath the tornado watch. I see someone there, and wow, that is a tiny tornado warning. I barely even saw that. Here for DeVille. DeVille now underneath a tornado warning here in Louisiana until 2:45 local time. This is an active tornado threat. I need you to seek shelter immediately. And I definitely have the rotation there. A little bit of looks like interference between the panels there. That's going to be kind of a quickly organizing storm here. So we do have an active tornado warning. It is a very small one. And I believe not for many people, but that is kind of the first sign of what may be to come. We have let's just go let's go radar in here. It's a very messy looking cell. I mean, this does not look organized any bit here, but you have it's almost like a supercell, like a tiny supercell on side of this thing. And it also worries me because it shows me we do not need a very mature supercell to start materializing tornado threats. So That's where we have to start getting some concern here. If you're just joining in, and currently radar indicated tornado warning here for DeVille, Louisiana. I need you to be taking shelter immediately. This is an active tornado threat. Live radar for your region. Okay, cool. So please seek shelter. Yep, really kind of, this is the first tornado warning of the day, guys. We have a tornado watch out for millions of people. And obviously concerned about, the progression of how this day is going to go. This is the first one. This is for about 1,600 people, so not a ton of people in this one. We do have tornado watches out for over 5 million people, so reminder, tornado watch means the ingredients are there. Tornado warning means the tornado is presently in for your safety. You need to take action. Warning, action. Watch means on alert. Please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. City and state helps me out. I can answer questions, but it's pretty quiet here, so you don't have to spam chat. Michigan not underneath any threat. And there we go. Kind of a more zoomed out look. There's our tornado warning. It's very, very small. Just east of Alexandria in Louisiana. That's gonna be our first one. All right, let's take a little radar analysis. I know we've been yapping a little bit. And, this is what I was a little bit afraid of, right? We're talking about this confluence band. This is, let me use a better color than red. Which is kind of our pooling water right now. Like all this moisture is pooling up together. It's generating some localized lift along where this dashed line is. And now we have one storm that's starting to be like, nah, I'm peacing out. I'm not going along this confluence band. It's starting to move a little bit more to the east. Let's just confirm that with radar motion. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this thing is now concerning me. So this is exactly what I'm concerned about. If this cell that I currently have circled here in pink moves to the east, can peace out from the confluence band, we are going to have a major issue. The wind shear profile is extremely favorable for some tornadoes and possibly some isolated significant tornadoes. And seeing this is definitely a concerning trend. We have a couple other confluence bands kind of over here towards the Alabama region. It seems like this is something we have to be really concerned about. But this is probably, this is one of the most concerning developments I've seen over the past hour. And what I was kind of yapping about how the next hour or two are going to be so crucial for what we're going to see here. I just want to put on everyone high alert here, okay? Not liking the trend of where we're going with this. So if you're just joining in, active tornado warning here for DeVille. You can see the radar indication, reds and greens. Greens coming towards the radar, reds going away from the radar when they are right next to each other and bright. That is very likely at least a funnel cloud or possibly a tornado touchdown. That's continuing to move. Probably going to need a new warning polygon. I don't know who issued this warning polygon. It is so tiny. The tornado stayed in it for about 5 minutes. Might need a little bit more extension on that tornado warning here probably any minute. All right, what questions can I answer? Yeah, I mean, this tornado is probably not going to be a long track, but this kind of snake-like supercell structure is concerning. It's breaking away. This is in Louisiana, by the way. Active tornado warning here for Louisiana. That's going to be Eastern Standard Time, so it's going to be valid until 2:45 p.m. local time. Yeah, and especially Emma in Georgia specifically. Your threat's going to be a little bit later, probably the next 1 to 2 hours, going underneath a watch, and going to be a little bit less intense generally compared to what this is. But you still could see an isolated tornado within your region. I don't think Gardendale, Alabama does not. No, Gardendale doesn't need to go underneath shelter right now. But you do need to be weather aware. I'm trying to spot you really quick. One moment. I literally just did that town too. Unless I did a different Gardendale. Oh, for tonight? Yeah, I mean, just generally. Let me get your location so I can speak a little bit more specifically. Okay, cool. Yeah, you are underneath a tornado watch, and your concern kind of emulates from this confluence band up to your west. So we just talked about how the confluence band is breaking apart down to our south and creating that tornado warning in Louisiana. Kind of similar structures happening to your west, in which we're going to continue to watch for supercellular development. And then if we move east, we might be seeing possible tornado development. So you have tornado threat. You do have a significant tornado threat, an isolated significant tornado threat within your area. That is valid until 11 p.m. local time. So I need you to be weather aware and have your safe place in mind. So not for sure like you're going to get a warning, but it is definitely a possibility over the next few hours here. Please stay safe. Hadesburg, Mississippi is currently underneath a tornado watch. You're in a core risk area that I'm concerned about for tornadoes. Here you are, about 100 miles to your west. There's an active tornado warning, so obviously not very close to you yet. But this kind of band of thunderstorms is really what we're going to be watching for as it progresses to the east. If it can stay discrete, that is where we're going to be concerned. I guess this is east. I'm mirrored. If it stays discrete, that is going to be cause concern for you have that tornado threat, but you also have an isolated significant tornado threat. Needs you to be weather aware. You hate weather. I know. It's quite unfortunate. I mean, luckily, we've had a pretty quiet overall season for the southeast United States. You desperately need the rain, but if we could remove the tornadoes, it'd be much better, wouldn't it be? What other questions can I answer, guys? Again, we do have an active tornado warning here for DeVille, Louisiana, which is about to be invalid because the actual rotation is about to exit to the east. Right now, kind of approaching Louisiana Road 124. Louisiana Road 124. Let me circle the rotation for you. Yep, rotation is still going on right here. So there you go. Right there. And moving east. Pretty fast here. But let me see if we can get the movement vector. Moving 30 miles per hour. That's actually what I was going to guess. Perfect. What time is the bad weather supposed to hit Gardendale? You know, it really depends. There's going to be numerous rounds of storms. So unfortunately, your threat goes until 11 p.m. But could start as early as the next 1 to 2 hours as the first line approaches you within that area. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm getting nervous about this line and this storm breaking away. If it can really find its way and be mature here. Another thing I like to check is the height of the storm. So we got a pretty decent wind shear profile, but to tap into the turning of winds with height, it needs to be a tall thunderstorm. We take a look at the current structure. This is what's called enhanced echotops. You can see the storm was a bit taller earlier. The warmer colors are more tall, about 40,000 feet tall. It's still relatively tall. It's not humongous by any means. I think it still has that potential embedded within it. Well, that's another parameter to keep an eye on. Is it in Alabama yet? There are some storms in Alabama right now. Currently, if you're in Monroeville, or if you're north or in Monroeville, or if you're south of Huntsville, you're currently underneath a tornado watch. There is a sub-severe thunderstorm that's moving east towards Montgomery. That tornado watch is valid until 11 p.m. local time. I don't have confirmation, Aiden, that a tornado here just east of Alexandria, Louisiana, is on the ground. But looking at velocity, I wouldn't be surprised if it at least touched down for now. And a little bit of good news on that tornado specifically, it looks like rotation is starting to weaken generally. So weakened rotation happening there. Hopefully that continues. Obviously, the storm is starting to break away from its confluence band, in which will open up the door of opportunities for more rotation. Lincoln, Alabama. Take a peek. Thinking about getting churros after this. The churro place here in Spain is open until actually doesn't close. I don't know why. Sorry, the sentence like that. Lincoln, Alabama. Ooh, you're right on that edge. I believe, yes, you're underneath an active tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for tornado development. It needs you to be weather aware out there. Still a high-end ceiling and low-end basement for you. So that means there are numerous possibilities. But, man, look at this environment right here. Quite a unique one. Not super unique for this general deep south, but look at all these, like, what I call popcorn thunderstorms. It really shows me there's a ton of moisture. The atmosphere is basically like saying, I can't hold on to this anymore, and pop up thunderstorms all over the place. They're mostly weak, other than these storms to the west, which are moving into this favorable environment. Again, if they stay discrete, we're going to have a problem. If they become messy, then we will have less of a problem. Best case scenario, Aiden, is the storms to your west, specifically regarding your location, kind of congeal up in like a mess. They don't become discrete. They don't become single-celled. The discrete, kind of messy mode will decrease the tornado threat significantly. So it could have a kind of wind threat, isolated hail threat. But we are watching this kind of zone to your west, in which we will see how storms develop over this critical next 1 to 2 hours, in which I think your best case scenario is get some heavy rain for your drought. And that's it. That's that. Maybe some thunder. Worst case scenario, you have a tornado, which let's hope that doesn't happen. Another thing, like this is really a great example of what I've been kind of talking about. So we got confluence bands that were happening right here. So again, that's pooling water that's kind of colliding all together, generating some localized lift. So you notice the movement on these bands. They're kind of northeasterly, like this direction. See how they're like a little train set up? But notice now our storm here that is now no longer tornado warned, but was tornado warned. Look how the next few scans have gone. Notice how it's moving a little bit more towards the east. That really shows me it is starting to feel some of that wind shear. It's what's becoming what's called a right mover supercell. A right mover supercell are notoriously the ones that produce the tornadoes. They're the ones that feel the most wind shear, the changing direction of winds with height. And, this cell right here, boom, is my biggest concern right now, near term. Any other cell that can break away and do a similar kind of movement. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. That has produced a tornado warning, now no longer warned. And yeah, that's currently the update, guys, so far. Let me know what other questions we have. For the possibly last classical rainy day weather storm chase, or rainy day weather radar, I don't even know how to call this setup, radar breakdown setup of the year, possibly. I mean, I'm sure there'll be more, especially during some off time, but next one, hopefully, because, the weekend looks quiet, knock on wood, we'll be in the field. And so far, if we take a look here, just a little sneak peek. This is Tuesday's forecast. So, if I was to say where are we most likely to be Tuesday, bam, right there. Oklahoma City, probably. Lots to change, though. Where am I originally from? I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, originally. Go to school in Penn State, currently studying abroad in Spain, which is about to end in Madrid. Literally in 40 hours. So it's going quick. It's gone, basically. The last things I have to do here is go get churros, probably 2 more times, and get some souvenirs for the family, and then make the journey back home, guys. So yes, guys, we're talking about the severe weather threat, ongoing tornado threat here across this region here in the southeast. Dixie Alley, been very quiet season so far, and we're continuing to monitor the situation. So far, have had 1 tornado warning, not confirmed, but from a kind of right-moving split supercell, which we are very much watching here in Louisiana, heading towards Natchez. Let you know if we got tornado warned again. Yes, I will be heading back from Europe. Just got here. Where are you currently at? And yeah, I will be heading back literally Friday. So very soon. Friday kind of in the afternoon. I take an exam Friday morning and then I just grab my bags and I'm out of here. Okay. Pigeon Forge, Georgia. I don't think it's gonna make it to Southeast Georgia. Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. For Pigeon Forge, generally I think there's going to be sub-severe storms, some light to moderate rain, maybe a rumble of thunder, but generally I think most of the storms will be staying to your south. I think there's an isolated severe weather risk, but most of the action should be staying down the south. Is Natchez going to be bad? Well, okay, so there's not time to panic right now, but I have to say there is a supercell that's becoming a little bit more right-moving, a little bit more favorable in producing a tornado just to your west. So I need you to be close to your safe place and have your emergency action plan ready to go. You are there underlined. Here's where a tornado warning was just produced about 5 minutes ago. It's no longer warned, but because of the cell shape and because of the direction it's moving in, I'm becoming more and more suspicious about it producing maybe another tornado. And you can see rotation is still holding on pretty strong here. Nothing tight. It's more broad, but we'll have to keep an eye if it gets more wound up to bring down a tornado. If you guys are doing well, make sure you drop a follow. Again, we'll be live for a decent amount of time. I haven't been live for a while, and probably the last one from here, so I'll tank it out. This is Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio, and city and state to get your question answered. Louisville, Kentucky, not any concern for severe weather. And then Op, Alabama. Is that the location? Yeah, it is. Is that how you say Op? Up Alabama is just outside of the tornado watch, I believe. So you might be okay, at least near term, from any storm. I believe there's an isolated severe weather risk if anything can form down in the south there, but most of the action should stay to your north. Tuscaloosa, currently underneath an active tornado watch, so that remains in effect until 11 p.m. local time. That means you have a risk for tornadoes and an isolated risk for significant tornadoes. Need you to be on high alert. The next 1 to 2 hours are so critical to see what storm mode we're going to get. We're either going to get very messy, which is the more likely outcome. Sorry, I just saw that. And that's where we're going to have less of a tornado threat. But if we have a discrete supercell threat, in which storms can stay on their own, be away from their friends, then we're going to have some big problems. Yeah, honestly, it's not a rainy day weather stream without a mispronunciation. So, it's all good. Right here. Boom. Did you guys hydrate? I don't know if Florida's going to see much out of this, unfortunately. I think the front's really going to stall out here. It is very hot there, isn't it, right? You guys are like seeing some record heat in the 90s, high 90s, at least in the central parts. If there were to be a tornado, what tornado would it be? You talking about like EF scale? Or like shape? 94 degrees in Florida? Jeez, that is warm. That is very warm for this time of year. So right now, most likely EF scale for today will be around EF2 plus. That's the SIG level classification. Unfortunately, I think the kind of possibility could be higher. I believe our most likely one is around that EF2 scale, but a higher end one is unfortunately possible today. That's why we're watching for storm mode. All hinges on the fact of storm mode. Excuse me. All right, let's do a little bit of a zoomed in look here. Okay. Why am I not finding this? Mobile, Alabama. I don't think it can get involved in the severe weather threat. Mostly going to be down or going to be towards the north, so it should be okay. An isolated storm is possible. Oh gosh. Why are we spamming chat? Please don't spam chat. Getting city and state helps me out the best, guys. Hopefully you're doing well. Big drought in Florida. I know you guys desperately need rain. I saw some longer range forecasts that might have a likelihood of kind of a window of opportunity for maybe a tropical system. Not like a high end, but some tropical system to interact with Florida. That would be very great news. Like a drenching tropical system like central and northern Florida. Oh gosh, we need that desperately there. Very dry, unfortunately. Illinois not getting involved today. Shelby. I'm believing that's Shelby, Alabama, but there are a lot of Shelbys, so let me check. Shelby, Alabama, underneath an active tornado watch. The ingredients are in place. Kind of all similar situation with that we're talking about here, in which we're looking for supercell development. All right. What other questions we have that are at least making sense? Oh gosh. Josie, let me go to your town in Mississippi. Oh, I think you might be outside the throne. No. Wait. Oh yeah, you're actually just inside the active tornado watch, so you got to be weather aware for any active severe weather threat. That includes tornado and possibly the isolated risk of a significant tornado. Thank you, Mary, for the donation. Thank you, Aiden, for the donation, guys. Appreciate that. We're going right to the caffeine and gasoline fund for the storm chase. Okay, how about Natchez? Should I be worried? So Natchez should be on high alert here. You're on an active tornado watch, which means the ingredients are in place for tornado development. Another thing that's concerning me is there is a supercell that has developed directly to your west. It's broadly rotating right now. There is not a confirmed tornado in it, but I need you to be weather aware. You can see there you are right here. There is the cell to your west. Good news is if the tornado was to develop, it'd probably be south of you. But we're talking about the storm hitting you within the next 15 minutes. And an additional threat on top of that is large hail. So please, I don't want you to be worried, but I want you to be weather aware that you should have your safe place in mind. I don't think you don't have to go to it right now, but you should be at least close to it. Please alert your friends, your family, so they are safe here. Birmingham, Alabama, currently underneath an active tornado watch. That's going to be valid until 11 p.m. local time. Please stay weather aware. We're still monitoring the situation to see how this day is going to pan out. Low end is you're going to get some general thunderstorms. High end is a tornado. So got to be weather aware here as we continue to watch this develop. Another kind of noteworthy thing here for today, guys, is the KBMX Birmingham radar is currently down due to a hardware issue. I made a video about this a few hours ago. And a big concern I have with this, especially this area I'm circling in pink, is it'll be very hard to see the lower atmosphere. If you don't know, the Earth is curved. So when you shoot a radar beam, the further your radar beam goes out, the more the Earth curves away from it. So you start to lose, you gain a blind spot, the lower level of the atmosphere, which is very crucial for knowing if there's a tornado development or not. We still have radar coverage, of course, within this area, but it will be much higher in the atmosphere. So it will kind of, unfortunately, give us a blind spot, especially right over Birmingham. This may delay stuff, so I need you to be extra weather aware. Kind of, maybe tornado warnings might be a tiny bit delayed, or there might be extra hard kind of points of seeing it. So I just kind of an extra encouragement of, hey, your radar is down there, so got to be extra weather aware. And I believe it's a hardware issue, and obviously it's not online right now, so probably not going to be online for the rest of the event. Yes, Audrey, yes. Once this storm gets by, I think another isolated storm is possible there in Natchez. I'd say weather aware. Your tornado watch does continue until 10 p.m. local time. So, unfortunately, a long way to go. Let's check back in our supercells that are developing here. I think this one right here, boom, right west of Natchez. It's starting to show some hail signatures to me. And might get tornado warned soon here. So still some broad rotation. We'll obviously track it very closely. This is a storm in which I'd be concerned about, and I just want to verify. Sometimes I like to verify my thinking. You get to look at all the storm chasers. And there you go. You got 6 storm chasers approaching the storm already, so that usually verifies what storms I'm concerned about. If I see all the red dots running towards the storm, and man, each radar scan, I become more and more concerned about this one right here, guys. And not liking all the clear air around it. Notice how there's some convection around it, but there's really not a ton that's going to disrupt this specific cell right here. All right, guys. I need you guys to get ready because things could get intense very quickly here. I want to give that alert here, okay? With this type of nature of a storm, I mean, we're talking about a rain-wrapped large tornado possible here within the next 30 minutes. So if I were anywhere kind of downstream of here, I'd be on extra high alert. I would not be on the roadways and be like, okay, like this storm is really starting to look healthy here. I need you to be extra alert. Let me answer some more questions here. You know, when you get the meteorologist become nervous, it's not usually a good sign. Do you think Atlanta will be impacted? An isolated storm is possible. I think you're probably going to go underneath a tornado watch in Atlanta for the next 1 to 2 hours, depending on convection development. I don't think it's going to be a high-end event, but maybe an isolated tornado or two. Be ready to seek shelter. That's going to be kind of more, next 1 to 2 hours. And then it looks like the watches are kind of sticking towards 11 p.m., so you'll probably be on alert until 11 p.m. So prepare for that. You're not underneath the watch yet. Is this a slow-moving storm, about 30 miles per hour, so kind of in the middle for storm motion. Mobile, Alabama, currently not underneath an active tornado watch. Most of that action is going to be happening to your north. An isolated storm is possible, but main concern, again, to your north. Where is this? We're talking about Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, kind of our core states of risk. Eventually going to be north of Georgia, but that's the current states that just listed are the ones that are underneath that area. There we go. Keep the questions coming. There are no active alerts in Georgia, but later, next 1 to 2 hours, you might get involved later on. Jackson, Mississippi, you're right smack dab in our active tornado watch zone. There you are. Kind of in our purple box zone. Storms are rapidly developing to your west, and I'd be on high alert here, mainly concerned about a storm that might develop into a right mover supercell along our confluence band that's set up. I'm going to circle this storm right here. If that storm matures here in the next 30 minutes, I really think we could materialize a tornado threat and possibly a significant one. So I need you to be on extra high alert there. Continue to watch this develop. Again, so if you ask me, between the time of the start of the stream, which is about 50 minutes ago, and right now, I have become a little bit more concerned than I was at the beginning. Because we've had a lot of setups in which we've had this messy setup kind of happen, and then a bunch of collisions, and then blah, nothing happens. Okay, that's great. Great news. What I'm not liking so far is this storm specifically. This is kind of the main one that I'm really concerned about. It is all on its own right now. It has produced rotation, has produced a tornado warning. So far, it's not underneath the tornado warning right now. If we see a couple of these, they have the possibility to be significant. So got to be on extra high alert. Virginia, not going to be underneath the severe weather risk for today. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. What's the chance of a tornado in Jackson? So I believe Jackson is, if you want the statistical probability, it's a 10% chance of a tornado within a 25-mile radius of you. Guys, please don't spam chat. You will be muted. Thank you. Okay, just got to manage that. Thank you. Okay. How's it going, Strato? I like how some people join my YT streams and they're probably like, who is he talking to? Because the YT streams get like not a lot of views. It's okay. I only heard a little bit inside. But they like join in and they're like, what? Like, bro must be like crazy. He's talking to all these people and there's no one in chat. All right, let me answer some more questions. Of course, Jacob, stay safe out there, okay? Is this affecting Tennessee? Not really. I think most of the severe weather action is going into, say, the south. But Chattanooga, like that area, I think could see an isolated severe storm, possibly isolated tornado. But really, just not enough energy in the environment to sustain some storms. City and state helps me out, guys, the best. Please don't stop chat and continuing to answer as many questions as possible. Brookhaven. Brookhaven, Mississippi, is currently underneath an active tornado watch. Need you to be on high alert. Here you are right now. And you may notice I have a storm circled to your west. That is not a good thing here, okay? So we got a storm that has produced a tornado warning. This basically storm is trying to get mature. It's trying to find its shape here, and it is moving easterly directly towards you. So there is not a 100% chance it's going to make it all the way there, but if it does, this thing has a chance to produce a significant tornado. So I need you to be on extra high alert. You are within the tornado watch, but it's kind of a heads up, like, hey, there's a tornado watch, and also there's a pretty strong storm to your west that's trying to figure out its life here. That should be coming to your area in the next 30 minutes to an hour. So if you're out on the roadways, if you're out running errands, this is in Brookhaven, Mississippi, I need you to start planning to come home or have your safe place in mind to seek shelter here very soon. Okay? Brookhaven, that's a place. Appreciate the kind words, Anna. Of course. Hey, I know. The nice thing about these streams is I can actually talk to you guys and hear what you're seeing on the ground and help you out. I mean, that's why I love this kind of setup so much. If you guys are brand new here, we're going storm chasing literally next week. So we will be not only breaking down the radar for you, but I'll be showing you the storm, kind of a hybrid. We won't be leaving you guys behind too. I'm going to try and do the best to set up a storm chase in which there's kind of a benefit for people who are also in harm's way. We'll have tornado warnings flashed on screen. We'll have call-outs. I'll be breaking down radar, and then, okay, here's the radar. Here's where your location is. Here's the question, and then we'll be looking at the actual camera on the storm, and that's kind of the whole putting it all together as well. Please give the link to this map again. The map link is in my bio. So if you go to my profile and click that link tree, it'll literally say Weatherfront link. You click on that. Unfortunately, it's only available on Apple devices for now. It will be available on desktop and Android hopefully very soon. The link is a key to unlock the free month of premium, but the actual app is free. So the radar and stuff is all free. The like highly technical stuff is you can get it for free from my key. All right, let me answer some more questions. Hope you guys are doing okay. So far, now not liking how things are developing, but so far, knock on wood, we're holding it and holding strong. Hopefully, these storms do not get to the final point. Albertville, I'm assuming that's not France, right? Albertville, Alabama. Albertville, Alabama, currently underneath an active tornado watch for the next 7 hours, 19 minutes until 11 p.m. That includes the risk for tornadoes and a possible isolated risk of significant tornadoes. What I'm mainly concerned of is this zone of thunderstorms to your west, and here you are, just off screen. These storms are moving to the east here. If they become mature, tap into some more kind of instability, then they may produce tornadoes or possibly an isolated significant tornado. Please be on high alert. there. Expecting that to arrive probably within the next 1 to 2 hours. Probably 1 hour on the lower end. Wisconsin not in severe weather risk. Appreciate the questions, guys. These are good ones. Yeah, unfortunately. So, yeah, the main radar device, which is the KBMX radar, the kind of core, the center radar is down right now in Alabama, which will have a play. Obviously, we have radar coverage from other radars kind of in proximity, but it does degrade the data information around the Birmingham and central Alabama regions, as well as the eastern central Mississippi regions. So it is a concerning fact in which we do have a radar down. I do know it's a hardware issue, and I believe it will not be returning online today. So pretty concerning. We won't be completely blind to the storms, but the lower level of the storms will be more blind than usual. Which for this area, already we have like a general radar blind spot within this circle I just did. That means there's no really radar that's close. Honestly, we need a radar here, which we don't need to get into the United States funding of the National Weather Service. But now you add on this radar that's down. It's kind of like, well, we're really, really running out of options here, right? It's quite the unfortunate thing. The radar infrastructure, guys, needs to be updated, please. Madison, Alabama. I believe you're just outside of the active tornado watch. Let me zoom in. Yeah, you're just outside the active tornado watch. Expecting the severe weather to remain down to your south. An isolated severe storm is possible. It's possible. What about Pensacola, Florida? I just moved here and I can't find any good weather folks to follow. Well, welcome, Shay. Especially for hurricane season, if you would like dedicated forecast coverage for intense weather, please feel free to drop a follow. But for your forecast right now, you're going to be staying mostly outside the severe weather because you're on the coast. The coast has a pretty good protection from instability, so it means there's less storm fuel along the coastline. Not expecting a high-end severe weather threat any means by that. A couple of rain showers, maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder possible, which honestly kind of need it in the region, so some good news. But generally for the rest of your day should be pretty relaxing. So hopefully you can find a place here at rainy day weather, do live streams for severe weather as well as hurricane coverage, which hopefully we don't have to do too much this season. Fingers crossed. We just did Madison, Alabama. I'm coming from Oklahoma. Well, then you are no stranger to severe weather, but hurricanes, I guess my Floridians in chat can confirm that, or any coastal followers in chat can confirm. They're probably quite different, right? That's one thing I've not experienced. I've experienced a tornado, experienced large hail. I've not experienced a hurricane. Which, I have plans to possibly storm chase here, but we'll be seeing. It's something I don't want to see. Obviously, I'm more concerned about the damage here. And now we got, okay. So everyone, let's take a quick pause from answering questions. We got a serious threat materializing here. Look at this thing. It's developed a nasty looking hook. We saw the person from Natchez in chat. Natchez now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for a 60 mile per hour winds and a tornado possible tag. That means it is really close to forming a tornado. And look at that. Yeah, this is exactly, I talked about how this is where we get concerning, and boom, this thing needs to be tornado warned. Wow, there is probably a tornado on the ground here, Mark. This is an unwarned tornado on the ground here in Louisiana. This is extremely concerning. This thing needs a tornado warning immediately. If you are in Natchez, Cloverdale, or Monterey, get ready to seek shelter. Actually, I'd say seek shelter immediately. If you are in Natchez, if you're in Cloverdale, or if you're in Monterey, or you're still in here, I know there's someone in Natchez, this is in Louisiana, in which we have an unwarned tornado ongoing. The reason I'm saying that is because we have reds and greens right next to each other. I need you to be taking shelter immediately. There might be eyes on the storm, but looking at the radar indication, there is at least a funnel cloud, so I need you to be extra careful, especially with the radar trend. We take a look at where that hook is. We'll switch over to a radar here, and I need you guys to be extremely careful here, okay? We're in Louisiana. This is probably going to go underneath the tornado warning any moment. Look how that hook just developed out of kind of nowhere. Again, wind shear profile is very favorable today, and this thing has broken free, and now we are off to the races. A concerning look, okay? We need you to seek shelter here. Another area, Faraday, Ridgecrest, Minorco, Cloverdale, and Natchez, as well as Monterey. I would seek shelter. Underneath my advice, looking at the current radar, I would seek shelter immediately. Materializing tornado threat is ongoing. Correct terminology is hunker down. Okay, thank you for the information there. I will be saying that more often. Yeah, I don't know why this is not underneath a tornado warning. You know, the only reason I'd say this is if the National Weather Service was consulting a storm chaser who's currently on it. There is enough clear air on it, which you'd be able to see the wall cloud and kind of the rotating structure of the storm. But looking at rotation, man, it is pretty strong. I would be very surprised if this thing is not on the ground. And man, that couplet is growing fast. Okay, we are now increasing the size of the couplet. This is becoming extremely concerning here for Monterey. Approaching Natchez. Again, if you know anyone in Natchez, Cloverdale, or Faraday, this is possibly an unwarned tornado or at least a rotating wall cloud. So I need you to be seeking shelter here very soon. If you are on the roads across 84, Cloverdale, this is all in Louisiana. You remove yourself from the roads and begin to get to your hunker down spot. A tornado possible tag on this. And I'm not like, I still don't understand. It really has to be a storm chaser on this. So just off radar indication, I would 100% warn this thing. That's going to be Natchez. Okay. So I guess it's my my Spanish coming. Spent too much time here on in Spain. Okay, let's take a look at. We're kind of far away from the radar, so we take a look at damage correlation coefficient. Maybe a little bit. Man, we're quite far away from the radar, so it's gonna be hard to pin down that exactly. Natchez, is that correct? Natchez. Okay, cool. Rest in pepperonis. There you go. Let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can get a visual of where the storm is in the state of Louisiana. Obviously, it's right on the eastern Louisiana border here, kind of moving east 30 miles per hour towards the Mississippi border. I guess Natchez is situated in Mississippi. So the storm is moving from Louisiana into Natchez. We will teach you Southern speak over time. I appreciate the help. Always up for listening to the pronunciation, the correct pronunciation. Even though there's plenty of times in which we've had people argue about the pronunciations in chat. There's really no other way that this is not tornado warned other than the fact there's a chaser on it. This tornado, man, I'd be so shocked if this thing was not on the ground. I mean, this is... Thank you, Moneybags. Thank you, Shay, for the donation. Look at that rotation, guys. We got the reds and greens right next to each other. We are quite far away from the radar. You can see we're looking currently at KPOE over here in western Louisiana. Let's look for a secondary opinion. I mean, none of these are close. I was literally talking about this, how we have a radar hole in this region. Looks like KPOE has the best view out of all of them. Yeah, and you got the entire storm is definitely rotating. I guess the final question mark is the lower portion of the storm rotating? See, just in the last few radar scans, quite a uptick in rotation from the storm. Now, this is a big thing we're going to be looking out for. Is this storm is starting to become rain wrapped. So right here is the circulation. This is the estimated circulation. Notice how we're now getting convection all the way around it, guys. This is a big point for today. If you're currently underneath a tornado watch, do not try to visually confirm tornadoes today. A tornado could be forming, and now no one could be seeing it because there's rain on all sides of this rotation, okay? This is going to be a common theme because we have so much water in the atmosphere. The convection is going to be very, very common, as well as the cloud base will start to lower pretty low as well. So not just the tornado will be obviously on the ground. The cloud around the tornado will be nice and low to the ground, about 300 to 400 feet in some locations. Obviously concerning kind of combination here. That's why I have to advise to please do not try to visually confirm any tornado today. Next radar indication, looking like we're backing off rotation, at least on the tight stuff here. Please don't spam chat. So we will continue to monitor that situation closely. Obviously, I got a pretty well-developed supercell ongoing here. I think that is our number one threat right now. Number one threat. Let's take a look at the other radars here. Maybe another one starting to materialize here north of Vicksburg in Mississippi. Still seeing a very discrete nature to these storms, so not like in the trends across that region. And look at the big radar. Again, we'll start to some more general questions. I'll let you know if that gets tornado warned. Here's the general risk zone. And okay, let me go back to some questions here. Appreciate you guys' patience. Again, I just want to get those words out for that specific location. Obviously, I believe that has a higher likelihood of getting a tornado in the short range here. All right, what other questions we have, guys? Again, we have the live radar on screen. Let me zoom out just a little bit. With the current tornado risk zone highlighted in red. This risk zone continues for the next 7 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Winfield, Louisiana. Let me check. Okay. So for your location in Winfield, currently underneath an active tornado watch. Oh, you might be north. No, I think you're in it. Yeah. But good news is most of the convection is to your east. Most of the thunderstorms are to your east. So you might end up not seeing too much. Stay alert, though, of any storm that forms to your west and moves in the area. You still are underneath a tornado watch for the next 7 hours. So currently looking okay. We do have our first flash flood warning here in Alexandria, Louisiana. We're going to see a lot of that from our training thunderstorms. The thunderstorms are just going over the same area again and again and again. Poor Jacob. Okay. Tyrone, Georgia. Yeah, Georgia right now currently not underneath any severe weather threat. You're not underneath a watch, but later this afternoon into evening, I believe that's when you'll go underneath a tornado threat. Should we answer a call from a spam caller? I mean, I hate these spam callers. Actually, make me so angry. Let's not get distracted. Yesterday, I spent a little bit of time just like rage baiting the scam caller because I was bored. Yeah, so Tyrone could see an isolated tornado risk. You're currently underneath a slight risk, 2 out of 5, by the Storm Prediction Center. That is going to start materializing here in the next 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, Georgia's clear for now, but it's going to start to materialize. Okay, Audrey, I got some updates for Natchez. Sorry for mispronouncing your area. You have a pretty concerning storm just your west here. Currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 50 minutes. And, I'm concerned that we might have some pretty deep rotation happening here, okay? So a tornado warning might be issued within the next few minutes. What that means is this storm is starting to rotate. It is really starting to approach here. So I have to say you should be very close to your safe place. You should be able to take shelter within like 1 to 2 minutes of receiving a warning just because of how this thing is developing. It is moving kind of in your direction. You can see our warning polygon. You can see this is where you are at. I need you to be on extra high alert here, not liking how the storm is developing. And most likely, just I have to say another word of advice, if you get a warning, please do not try to visually confirm the tornado today. It most likely will be completely rain wrapped. It'll be having a shield of rain all around it. You won't be able to see it. You may be able to hear it, but you might not even be able to hear it before it hits you. So if you get a warning, take action. Would not be surprised to see a warning here within just the next few minutes. As we can see, the actual storm rotating pretty well here. Reds are going away from the radar. Greens are coming towards the radar. And we have that counterclockwise rotation broadly right now with possibly some tight rotation. We are quite far away from the radar right now. And there might be storm chasers on it, which might be why we don't have a tornado warning just yet. But man, there's still quite strong rotation. It looks like it's rain wrapped right now. I'm quite surprised there is not a tornado warning. I would be not surprised if we see a tornado warning in this any moment. Actually, I'm quite surprised there's not been a tornado warning on this one, especially with a nudger cell coming into the mix here. Excuse me. The storm looks like it'll be the main event. I do agree with that. And if another one to the north could emulate its structure, I wouldn't be surprised because we're kind of in a similar environment, right? But this one's definitely like, okay, well, this thing has some serious potential. No, I don't think this will be the last storm overall. It has a potential to be the last storm, but I focus on this one first. Where is this? We're talking about Natchez, kind of on the Mississippi-Louisiana border, okay? That's what we're dealing with right now, our current short-term tornado threat. And we'll zoom out. It looks like someone asked me about Alabama. Yeah, currently Alabama underneath a tornado watch. That means the ingredients are in place for tornado development. Currently, there are sub-severe storms moving through your area that are not very organized. They're very messy so far. They're not able to tap into the full wind shear profile. So that's some good news, but generally your threat continues for 7 more hours, so please be alert. No, that is a pretty big myth, Audrey. I need you to know the Mississippi River has 0 impact on tornado capability with storms here, okay? 0 impact. Storms, mountains, mountains have a little bit of impact, but tornadoes can happen on any terrain, and especially with rivers have 0 impact. So there is no, I know that's sometimes a folklore or misinformation or just myths. Rivers do not stop tornadoes, so this one is obviously a seriously concerning storm continuing to rotate here. Let me get a length measurement on here. So the actual rotation about 18 miles to your west of Natchez, Mississippi. Continue to move east at 30 miles per hour. Probably about 10 minutes away from crossing the Mississippi River here towards Cloverdale as well. So you can see this is my most concerning storm right now. The storm approaching kind of the Louisiana-Mississippi border. Obviously, we have the river right here. Kind of dotted out in white. And there's the storm moving its way to the east. North Tennessee, yeah, I don't think North Tennessee is going to see much. And yeah, obviously I'll let you know the moment that gets warned that it has my highest level of concern right now. That storm is making me a bit nervous because it's moving into a very favorable environment. Lafayette, Indiana, all chilling. What about Rock Hill, South Carolina? I mean, isolated severe weather, but really very low end severe weather possible in South Carolina. More going to be rain, light to heavy rain with maybe a rumble of thunder. All right, what time are we getting hit? Audrey, literally in the next few minutes here, okay? You might be receiving what's called a tornado warning within just literally the few moments, okay? Because the actual storm is rotating right now. We're waiting for the last step of the storm creating the tornado, okay? So literally, you're probably getting rain right now already from the storm, but the actual tornado part of the equation of the storm is very close. And this is for Natchez again, guys. Natchez got a very big looking hook here. Right there, you can see our supercellular structure, and we take a look at rotation again. Pretty large scale rotation, reds and greens right next to each other. I mean, right now, it's still pretty broad, but man, this storm is generally rotating. It's the lowest levels that are struggling to rotate right now. Obviously, huge concern with this one. Do you think there will be a tornado? There can be a tornado, and this is our biggest tornado threat so far today. It is not warned yet, but it is just right next to being warned. Okay, it is really close. So that's why I stress, please be very close to your safe place. I want to stress that very, very concerningly within your region, okay? I'll let you know the moment it gets warned, in which then you will need to take action. But there will be very, very little time now between this moment and the storm passing by. Let's hope it does not finish that last step. Let's hope it passes down. But you should be ready to take action. Alabama is not good, negative on that one. Most of Alabama, mostly the central portions, just the southern and northern county chains are not included, but the central portions are underneath a tornado watch. Exactly 7 hours of continuing that tornado watch. Could see a couple tornadoes with an isolated high-end tornado possibility on that one as well. Am I cook? Well, you don't have to be cooked, guys. You have to be weather aware, okay? I'm in Alabama. Again, we're not to scare you guys. It's just to make sure you're weather aware, okay? Who currently in chat is watching from a tornado watch zone? Curious. I like to do these little polls. It's kind of crazy how efficient the algorithm is of finding where you guys are currently underneath the severe weather locations and brings you in here. Got a lot of people. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. Appreciate you joining me for, obviously, this kind of core threat. I mean, we're not really seeing much threat here for the Southeast United States. Hoping this thing does not materialize. Obviously, we've got one supercell that's really starting to try to make a run. But we really just got to power through this. Let's keep it going. Let's hope we can get out of this without anything that happens. Yes, that's correct. Most of Alabama underneath a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Please go over what parts of Mississippi will be impacted, of course. So currently, we do a little bit of more zoomed in look. I'll highlight this Mississippi tornado watch. So main concern is these cells out to your west here. Obviously, we already have one discrete one that has produced a tornado warning earlier. Now is not tornado warned. Maybe should be tornado warned, but we'll continue to track it closely. Areas that are currently underneath a tornado watch in Mississippi, which means the ingredients are in place. Columbus, Philadelphia, Macon, Jackson, Meridian, Maggie, Quitman, Laurel, Brookhaven, Macomb, and Hattiesburg. Down just north of, I guess it tags into the northern portions of the Louisiana, like panhandle there. Expect a couple tornadoes in the region, as well as some significant tornadoes possible. Mainly, I say that because, boom, we got a supercell trying to make its shape here. Man, we really have to hope this thing is not organized here. Still rotating pretty well here. Well clip in that direction. Nothing that is like, okay, there's probably a tornado on the ground. There's probably a little bit tighter rotation earlier on. Chasing in northern Alabama, I wish you luck, and please stay safe up there. We'll be storm chasing myself here, starting on Monday. Weather dependent, guys. We'll be starting in Pennsylvania, so if there's a storm Monday, we probably won't be there till Tuesday. That's fine, because it looks like Monday is going to be nothing anyways, so get ready for that, guys. Oh, gosh, it's so close. So I remember talking about this literally like 8 months ago. Now we are literally like 100 hours away. Chance of a tornado in Clinton, Mississippi. Let me take a closer look. I'm just quite surprised we have not seen this. We saw that tornado warning initially, but then it was like, no, we're done. Clinton, right smack dab in our tornado watch here, down over here. Got to continue to watch out to your west. If you get a storm that can develop into a more discrete fashion, move more to the east than it would northerly, that's when you have more concern. So the cell I'd be more concerned about right now is currently south of Vicksburg. Not mature by any means yet, but be on high alert there. Please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. And, okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to refill my water. I'll put the radar loop on big here, and so you can see how things are developing, and we'll be literally back in just a second. Appreciate you choosing me and to watch the super weather coverage. In the meantime, let me know what you guys' favorite color is. All right, we are back. Told you it wouldn't be long. All right, nothing crazy happened while I was gone for that 20 seconds. Okay, thank you, Jessica, for the follow. Appreciate that. Guess we can throw on the goal. I don't even know what the goal is set at right now. Is it 80? Yeah, it's 80,000. Appreciate that. We're at 76.1. There we go. Gonna be a long night. I hope not. But obviously, we have a breakthrough one or two supercells. We might have a long track type of night, but I think the big fail mode we'll have to continue to watch here is in front of our warm sector here. Obviously, there's a lot of convection happening right here. It's all like weak stuff. It's nothing. But you got this bad boy here out to the west, and it's gonna march right into here. It's gonna be like, okay, what is it gonna do? It's gonna clear out all the rest of it, or is it gonna congeal up with a bunch of other storms? And that's what we're dealing with. Jefferson County, Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, we have the chance, obviously, there. You're underneath a tornado watch. The exact chances, it's not a given here. The development of these storms over the next few hours is very crucial, depending on storm mode. The best case scenario is basically not much. You have probably, some winds, some heavy rain, some thunder. But worst case scenario is we have a couple isolated tornadoes, maybe one strong tornado. So I need you to be on high alert. Unfortunately, it goes until 11 p.m. So, yeah, great advice. Make sure you charge your devices. Stay alert. And thank you, Books. Stay safe out there. Appreciate your support. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery, Alabama. This is valid for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Moving to the downtown area here. Just taking a quick peek at rotation because I'm curious. It is slightly rotating. This thing might produce a tornado as well. Let me see development. Yeah, I mean, even just the last radar scan, we got a little bit of an inflow notch developing right there. So keep an eye on possible tornado development here. We might see something materialize out of this one. So if you're in Montgomery, Alabama, putting on an extra high alert, including Prattsville, Deatsville, oh gosh, Tugaville, it was probably butchered. You might get a tornado warning here within the next 15 minutes, depending on storm development. You underneath a tornado watch, I'll let you know if a warning gets issued. What app are you using? So I'm currently using Weatherfront. The link is in my bio link tree. Only available currently on Apple devices, but soon to be others. All right. Quite interesting environment. Another thing to look at in these types of environments is we take a look at satellite together, because it really helps. Well, in this case, it's kind of a mess. I'm not gonna lie. See if we can get a Konos sector at least on our. Yeah. So wow, it's quite a mess. You don't really see much here. You definitely can see the updraft. You look closely here, and the resulting anvil from our tornado warning storm earlier on, right there. Look a little closer. Look at that huge up plume just west of Natchez, here in the eastern Louisiana and Mississippi border. See that huge explosion of convection. And okay, is my Audrey? Are you in chat? Audrey, are you in chat? You need to go to your safe place immediately. You have a tornado warning now in place. All right, this is a big one, guys. An active tornado warning is now in effect for Mississippi and Louisiana. Specifically, we're right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. Just a reminder, the river will have no effect on resulting or weakening on the storm. If you are in Minorca, Natchez, Cloverdale, you are now underneath an active tornado warning. I need you to take action immediately. Please take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation. A radar-indicated tornado warning. Tornado is heading in your general direction. You have very little time to react. I'm glad we put out that extra warning for Natchez, but now is the time to act. There is no, do not want you to try to visually confirm this tornado. It is very likely this tornado, if there is one, is rain wrapped. That means there's going to be rain on all sides. It's being hugged by a rain blanket. It will be impossible to hear and impossible to see before it is too late. So I need you to take immediate action here in Natchez and Cloverdale. This is an emergency alert. An active tornado warning is valid until 4 p.m. local time. That's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to need you to take shelter immediately. So, this is a brand new tornado warning. And kind of funny enough, the moment they issued it, the rotation has kind of slightly subsided here. Hopefully that's a good sign. But obviously this thing could recycle. So I need you to go to your safe place immediately. This is on the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Let me zoom out a bit so you guys can see quite a large tornado warning. Here it is, and moving eastward about 30 miles per hour. So this is a brand new active tornado warning here. We throw on our rain, and this is a isolated, discrete supercell, which was what we were so worried about. This is also receiving kind of a nudger supercell on an eastward flank that might enhance some of its spin as well. Downstream areas that are not currently underneath the warnings but now should be on alert are Fayette, Roxy, Crosby, and Bude, Mississippi. You have a tornado warning to your west, so you might be up next. You should get off the roads here, and you should get ready to go to your safe place. If you are within the tornado warning, you should be going to your safe place immediately. An active tornado warning is in effect. This is our second one of the night. And yeah, still seeing rotation within that pink circle I've drawn, moving eastward about 30 miles per hour towards Natchez and Cloverdale. About to cross the Mississippi River here. Mississippi River about to be crossed by a possible tornado. That would be quite an incredible sight. Most likely rain-wrapped. Again, do not try to visually confirm this tornado. It will be rain-wrapped. Just a reminder, that means you have rain falling on all sides of the tornado. And that is very common when we have such high humidity, high moisture values in the air. All right, let me zoom out a bit so you guys can see Jackson, Mississippi, currently underneath a tornado watch. Keeping an eye out to your west for any supercell that is able to mature, kind of like the Natchez current tornado warning. I'm not seeing a cell that is living up to that amount of structure just yet, but I want you to be on extra high alert. That is valid for the next 7 hours until 11. So I need you to, hopefully Audrey, I know Audrey was in chat earlier. Hopefully they have taken the precautions and gone into their safe place. I'm very, very happy we were able to give them like probably a 15-minute heads up before they issued this tornado warning to get to your safe place, get close to your safe place as we were seeing rotation return to the storm. So quite a scary situation ongoing here. Just checking what radar we're using here. as we continue. Yeah, I mean, looking at this radar here, right there. So currently, the tornado, best guess, is crossing Louisiana Road 15. Again, this is approaching Natchez, Cloverdale, and about to cross over the Mississippi River. So if you are in Natchez, about 5 miles your west, this tornado is about to cross over the Mississippi River, okay? So you don't have much more time. And yeah, you could really actually see it from this radar point of view. Kind of follow along right here. You see those reds and greens touching each other. And I need you to act immediately. So you can see reds and greens very, very, very close to each other. Specifically right here, crossing Road 15, heading directly towards Cloverdale. A thing I like to take a look at is the structures that are currently in the way of an active tornado warning here, in which we look at Cloverdale. I unfortunately see some mobile homes and some single-story family homes, a warehouse. Looks like some unbuilt neighborhoods. And then moving more into the Natchez and Vidalia area. Again, there's no bridge between, there's a bridge. 84, so all these areas, guys, Vidalia, Natchez here in Mississippi, Louisiana border. And here's the Mississippi River right here. You need to be in your safe place right now, as well as Morgantown. So all these communities nearby, an active tornado warning is in place. Obviously, there's a lot of people here. Here's the high school. Hopefully those who are within the high school and surrounding facilities, it looks like a shopping complex, maybe a Walmart of such, all underneath an active tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. Needs you to be seeking shelter immediately. Time is running out to seek shelter. Still radar indicated. We have 14 schools, 2 hospitals, and 35,000 people underneath this active tornado warning, active here on the Mississippi and Louisiana border, Natchez, Cloverdale, as well as the surrounding communities, Mineroka, Ridgecrest, and Morgantown. That's scary to hear, crazy, but I'm glad you're able to get contact out. Again, time is of the essence here. The tornado is about to cross over the Mississippi River here just west of Cloverdale. So there is a radar indicated tornado. So about to cross over from Louisiana into Mississippi here. Kind of moving in an easterly direction, about 30 miles per hour. And looking, so we have the rotation circle there. Just want to show you where the rotation is located. Wait for it. Look at that. The rotation is completely rain-wrapped right now. So if you are in Natchez or if you're in Cloverdale, please, I beg of you, do not try to visually confirm tornadoes today. It will be a deadly mistake because the tornado will be completely rain-wrapped around it. It will be impossible to see or hear before it is too late. So I need you to take immediate action right now. I know you guys are no stranger to tornadoes, but I need you to be taking action with this kind of dangerous combo threat of being basically impossible to see and a 30 mile per hour moving storm here. Again, Vidalia, Natchez, you are currently underneath an active tornado warning here in Mississippi. Tornado is basically on the Mississippi River right now, crossing the river. It will not be slowed down. It will not be weakened at all by the river, and will continue to move over to the east. It's going to be approaching Route 61 here in Mississippi, and moving out 30 miles per hour. Kind of looking a little bit more at larger scale. We've got 45 minutes left on this warning as the storm continues to move down to the east. Roxy and Fayetteville, you're downstream. I'd be getting off the roadways, getting close to your safe place. Why is the radar so contaminated? We are pretty far away from the radar right now, so it is quite quite unfortunate what we're seeing. Obviously, all this stuff kind of pinned together. Just checking out my updates across the board here. Again, radar indicated tornado ongoing. And okay, just seeing if anyone has eyes on it. I don't see any eyes on it right now. So, I mean, obviously, it's going to be basically impossible to have eyes on it with such a rain-wrapped tornado. So it's a scary situation ongoing. You know, over the last few radar scans, little bit of weakening on the rotation, but I think best guess rotation right now, we are now on the east side of the Mississippi River, so we're officially in Mississippi, approaching Cloverdale. If you're in Natchez, please, or Vidalia, please remain in your safe place. I know this rotation is looking like it's going to your south of you. However, with these type of supercellular storms, tornadoes can rapidly be ingested into their storm and move up to the north. And with that, I have a brand new update, guys. I talked about this in Montgomery just a few moments ago. It looks like I'm quite right on my predictions today. Montgomery, Alabama, now underneath an active tornado warning. I need you to all go to your safe place immediately. We now have, that's going to be a lot of people. We now have an active tornado warning for over 174,000 people. This includes Benton, Whitehall, Loadsdown Borough, and Montgomery. Let me see if I can get further communities. Basically, anywhere in Montgomery now underneath an active tornado warning. And yeah, this is what we are so concerned about, guys. Active tornado warning. We're actually going to change the title so we can be ready for that. Oops, lost my holder. And yes, need to be taking shelter immediately. Over now 100,000 people underneath an active tornado warning. Okay. There we go. Just changing titles so we can get... There we go. Okay. You guys would not mind liking the stream and sharing the stream so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. We now have 2 active tornado warnings ongoing in the United States here. One for Montgomery, Alabama, and one for Natchez, Mississippi. Both are kind of a concerning look here. Let's check on our rotation again for Natchez approaching Cloverdale. Let me get a little bit better radar, hopefully. There it is. Best guess of rotation here is just west of Cloverdale, approaching about east-northeast, about 30 miles per hour. Please seek shelter immediately in Cloverdale, Natchez, Vidalia, Monroe, Morgantown, all in Mississippi now. We're all on the east side of the Mississippi River here. Some of the Vidalia is in Louisiana, for correction. Moving over into Alabama. This is the first tornado warning in Alabama, in which we're seeing some quite messy rotation, possibly right here. Let me take a look for confirmation. Maybe. Kind of anywhere along this kind of boundary here. An active tornado warning, radar indicated tornado heading towards Loadsboro, Montgomery, I-65 here. Let's see how quickly we're moving. We're moving at 30 miles to the east. An active tornado warning is in effect. I need you to be seeking shelter immediately. Let's see. What we have a mesoscale discussion. Let me see if I can pull that up. Where was that thrown out? Oh, mesoscale discussion in front of our active tornado warning here in Natchez. This mesoscale discussion has upgraded the tornado threat to EF3. So the tornado threat has been bumped up to EF3 plus in this new highlighted zone. This includes basically the southern portions of Mississippi are now having upgraded tornado threat, mainly associated with this supercell right here. Let me just quickly gander just to make sure I'm correct. Evolving supercell is accompanied by an increasing potential for strong tornadoes or 2 through 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time. I need you to be extremely weather aware, as a violent tornado is now unfortunately on the table. This is exactly what we are concerned about for the progression of tonight. And then beyond that, we have an active tornado warning now for over 100,000 people in Montgomery. We're actually going to do an emergency alert on a post. So let me get that post going just a second. It's just going to be me talking, but I'm going to film the screen if you guys don't mind. One moment here as we kind of do a recap. Excuse me. All right. There we go. An active tornado warning has just been issued for Montgomery, Alabama. I need you to be seeking shelter immediately. This is valid at 5/6. Oh gosh, nope. We don't want to see 5/6. We want to say May 6. An active tornado warning has just been issued for Montgomery, Alabama, valid at 5:15 p.m. on May the 6th. Please seek shelter immediately. A radar-indicated tornado is being derived by this pretty massive supercell, okay? So there is a high-end threat with this. And if you take a look at the kind of radar development just over the past few minutes, we've got that little bit of an inflow notch, and now we're having a full rotating storm approaching the town. I need you to be taking this extremely seriously, okay? This is the ongoing threat. This is an active threat. We also have a watch out for millions of people as we have a few severe thunderstorms and supercells producing a tornado currently moving into Natchez, Mississippi. This is unfortunately becoming a more high-end threat than we would have liked to have seen. So I need you guys to all stay weather aware and be on extra high alert across our entire region here, especially with a couple radars out today. It's going to be a very dangerous day that's materializing. Please stay weather aware, have that plan in place, and follow for more updates as we track the storm. We're also live right now on TikTok and YouTube. Stay safe and stay weather aware. Okay, thank you guys for that. Again, if you are just joining us, we have 2 active tornado warnings. Let's head back to Natchez here, moving into Mississippi. I want to throw on our rotation again. Man, we are so far away from the radar. This is what I'm talking about, guys. It's so frustrating to use radars that are so far away because it's hard to get the full story that's ongoing. Possibly rotation still holding on, at least broadly, here just west of Cloverdale. Still remain in your safe place. Natchez, Morgantown, Cloverdale, Monroe, as well as Vidalia. The storm is continuing to move to your east and putting it on radar loop. Okay, one moment. Warning. active in Montgomery. Excuse me. I'm currently using the radar over in Western KPOE for the Natchez. It seems like it has the best view. Obviously, there's not really a radar close by, and they just continued the tornado warning here as well. So I need you guys to be taking shelter in this region. Obviously, concerning setup. I'm sorry for the quick pauses here. I'm happy to answer some questions here. I'm obviously keeping an eye on the warnings, but I'm getting this emergency update out for at least 100,000 people underneath that active tornado warning here in Montgomery, and as well as Natchez. So the combination, we got Montgomery, 160,000 people underneath an active tornado warning here. Active tornado threat, that means take shelter immediately. Again, this one looks like it's going to be a little bit less rain-wrapped than our other one, but I still have to stress just so much. Please to try to not visually confirm tornadoes today, okay? We got a pretty well-structured supercell here, in which it means the tornado threat is not just an EF0, EF1. We're talking about a high-end tornado possibility on this one. So I need you to be taking this extremely seriously. If you know anyone on the roadways or in a vulnerable spot in Montgomery, you have a tiny bit of time, probably about 10 minutes, until the storm approaches and hits you. So take that time. First, protect yourself, get to your safe place, hunker down, and next, contact your family, your friends, and your neighbors to make sure they are getting off the roadways and seeking shelter here. As we continue to watch very closely an active tornado warning here for Montgomery, Alabama, as well as Natchez, Mississippi, keeping an eye on both of them. Just adding a quick update. Okay. Tornado warning now active for Montgomery, Alabama. Seek shelter immediately. Valid for 5:15 p.m. May 6th. Okay. Sorry, guys, for the quick pause. Again, just trying to get an emergency update. Obviously, being a one-person team, which this will be it, by the way. This will be the final time I'm a one-person team for the summer. I'm trying to balance getting the alert out for as many people as possible. So I appreciate you bearing with me. I'm going to try to answer some questions as we're watching these storms approach and as well as I'm posting. Hashtag Montgomery. Okay, do appreciate you guys bearing with me. We're almost there. Just gotta quickly type, you know. Great. Okay, good. That's going out. Again, city and states helps with the guest. Eagle Spring, North Carolina. Not really concerned about any specific area in North Carolina. For any high-end threat. I'm expecting like some rumbles of thunder, but like maybe Chattanooga, those southern southeast counties are more of a concern. Generally not a huge concern. Let's go back to the Natchez and Cloverdale active tornado warning here. Looking pretty interesting on radar. Yeah, I mean, we're so far away. We got some broad rotation ongoing. Let me check the other radar. We're going to a really bad radar blind spot right now, unfortunately. Look at how we're between all of these radars. But Natchez still remain in your safe place. Active tornado warning ongoing. Alrighty. There we go. Let's move back over to our Montgomery, Alabama tornado warning. And let's see if we have rotation on this thing as well. Okay, so latest update. Yeah, really not liking this. Where's our radar over to the east? Winds coming towards. You know, we might even have twins on this thing. We got tornado most likely here just south of Whitehall's on the kind of southern portion of the polygon. And maybe another one back to the west. So possibly two areas of tornado development. This is basically following Route 80 just west of Lawdenboro here. So if you know where that is in Montgomery and Alabama here, we'll check let me cut down the radar loop time just so we can be a little bit more concise with time. You can see how we're developing and the storm is approaching from the east and it's approaching eastward. I mean, this is a nasty looking supercell. It does not take a meteorologist to look at this and be concerned. Obviously, you know, looking at this, looks like we're actually having rotations along the outer end, but still kind of core concern for tornado would probably be right in this hook. So I need you to be taking shelter within Montgomery. Again, if you're just joining in, this is an active tornado warning for Montgomery, Alabama, in which that means there's an active tornado threat. You need to take immediate action. Please stay safe. and act immediately. Again, cool. I do apologize for the quick pauses. Just getting the alerts out. Obviously, this is a very concerning storm. Do you think the threat will slide far to the southeast corner of Alabama? There's a chance, but most of the severe weather is expected to stay to the north, an isolated chance of severe weather making its way that kind of far. Okay. One moment. Just making sure that this alert gets out. All right. So, yeah, if you're in Montgomery, guys, I have to plead to please seek shelter immediately. This is a nasty-looking supercell. So, pretty concerning thing here. Right, there we go. City and state helps me out the best, guys. Again, an active tornado warning ongoing in Alabama, Loadensboro, Whitehall, Benton, and Montgomery. Now underneath an active tornado warning. We've got a lot of people in the way of this. And obviously, really big concern on that one. Also, if you're just joining in, we also have an upgraded tornado risk zone just generally here for southern Mississippi. An EF3 tornado zone upgrade into 145 mile per hour. That's basically addressing the fact in which you have a supercell that has been producing or now has become mature and has been producing a tornado moving eastward kind of into this general red area. Let me zoom out just a little bit. This supercell has the potential to produce that higher end severe weather we've been talking about as the potential. Now, we will see how long the supercell can live as it traverses this zone, but that upgraded tornado risk is in result of the concern with that cell. So that's why I have extra concern on top of what's going on right now. You have the cell currently crossing the Mississippi River towards Natchez in Mississippi, you're going to move east towards some very populated areas as well. Are there any more tornadoes in the United States? No, not other than the two active ones here, Montgomery and Natchez. That's going to be Montgomery, Alabama, and Natchez, Mississippi. All right. I think we're almost all good here. Slowly losing my voice. Not a really good stat. 2 hours of streaming. Well, we're doing okay, but trying to go long, so maybe I'll try to pace my voice. And now we got the alerts out for everyone. Perfect. Again, just doing emergency alerts on all platforms so we can get this out. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania originally. And there we go. All right, guys. So right now we got 2 tornado warnings. Let's look at Montgomery first. Again, oh gosh, this is not good. Okay. Taking a look at the Montgomery one, guys, we have a serious issue ongoing. I mean, we have, let me tilt the radar a little bit further up. We got some pretty big rotation happening. And I really need you to take shelter immediately, okay? We got I just want to circle the rotation blob that I'm kind of best guessing where the tornado would be and is approaching. This thing is teed up right for downtown Montgomery. This is becoming a worst case scenario in which we might see an upgraded tornado warning here. I don't know if no one has eyes on it yet. Obviously, it's still radar indicated. But if this thing touches the ground, I would not be surprised to see a PDS tornado warning or a tornado emergency here if this thing fully materializes. So this is a very serious situation. I am pleading that you please seek shelter immediately in Montgomery. We also have some convection that might slam into the kind of flank here, which might it's still kind of unknown of the exact interactions with supercells and other convection. This has a chance to accelerate the spin as well. So I have to say this is a dire situation for Montgomery. Again, don't have confirmation the tornado's on the ground, but man, it does not take a meteorologist to look at that shape and be extremely concerned with the storm. Timing-wise, the tornado would probably be impacting within the next 10 minutes. So if you look at any cells out across the map, this one is the most concerning for an active tornado warning. Montgomery, please seek shelter immediately. Do not delay your seeking shelter. Let's go back over to Natchez in Mississippi. Again, if you asked me today at the beginning, what is my concern for the worst case scenario, it would be exactly that. A matured supercell that has really tapped into the photographs and is currently approaching a large metropolitan complex, a very populated, densely populated area. in which I'm getting very, very nervous about. So I need you guys to be extra careful. Good news in that, Chez, you're almost out of the way of this active tornado warning. Still seeing some rotation here just to southeast of Cloverdale. Please remain in a safe place until the tornado warning has been canceled, okay? But beyond that, there's another cell out towards the west in Alexandria, so I'd still be on alert here. And obviously, anyone east of the storm continuing to watch for the upgraded EF3 tornado threat due to the mesoscale discussion, the upgrade by the SBC. So that's kind of a brand new threat upgrade that happened just a handful of minutes ago. All eyes are on Montgomery, Alabama for a significant tornado threat approaching right now. Again, if you are in Montgomery, Alabama, please seek shelter immediately. This is a serious threat that is incoming. I cannot stress this enough to take shelter immediately. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of rotation on the wall cloud. I'm not really convinced the rotation is down on the ground. That kind of aligns with the ongoing radar indication. But because the storm structure is rotating so much, a violent tornado is not out of the question for this one. That's why, we don't have a confirmed tornado right now, which is good. But I am so nervous about this one. I am very, very nervous, okay? Still radar indicated and has been... Okay, so this is a brand new update for the Montgomery tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado moving eastward at 30 miles per hour for 173,000 people, 58 schools, and 6 hospitals. Still underneath an active tornado warning until 5:15 CDT. So you still got some time on that, 43 minutes left. And obviously still extremely concerning storm that's approaching here. I mean, that is a mean-looking supercell here, continuing to move to the east. So we got 2 tornado warnings, guys. Really not a ton of other severe weather we're talking about right now. So keeping an eye on that. A couple other storms that might be materializing into supercells as well. So buckle up. Unfortunately, we're seeing some more kind of active weather, more verification of a more active period here. So there's the new tornado warning polygon here, still maintaining Montgomery within that tornado warning. Actually, wouldn't be surprised to see this inch a little bit further to the north because we have the hook continue to push to the east. It's getting very close to the edge of that polygon. So would be surprised to see a reissuance, especially if this thing's confirmed. Let me answer some general questions right now. Again, I'm going to struggle on, I'm not going to answer a ton of spot questions. I'm going to stick to the active tornado threats. Once the tornado threats are over, I'll go back to more spot questions, okay? I'm not going to speculate on EF scale. It's still radar indicated. So I'm hoping this thing does not drop on the ground, but man, you look at this radar right now, that is a scary look. A very, very well-developed supercell. Got that giant hook on there. Does not take a meteorologist to see that one. And heading directly for Montgomery, Alabama. So please, we really need this one to not drop down. You can see generally the rotation is starting to get together. You see reds and greens kind of close by to each other. And for reference, the greens are coming towards the radar, which our radar is out towards the east. So this counterclockwise rotation is the exact rotation you look for, and possibly tornado right around that location right there that I've just circled in red. So continue to watch very closely. Montgomery, you do not have much more time to prepare to seek shelter. Immediately hunker down. Do not delay. This tornado also has a chance of being rain wrapped. So I know you might be in some rain right now. You might have a glimpse, actually. Look at this little gap here. You might have a glimpse. But because of our ongoing situation with so much humidity in the air, you may not have that chance to see the tornado before it hits you. So that's why I have to stress the important fact of do not try to visually confirm the tornado. Immediately seek shelter in Montgomery, okay? We got this approaching you rapidly, about 30 miles per hour. And is it EF5? No. I mean, we're not going to speculate on EF scale, but obviously don't want to say anything. EF scale is based off damage after the fact anyways. So yeah, scary situation developing here in Montgomery, Alabama, as we continue to track it very closely. Okay. What other questions do we have? Let me zoom out a little bit. So obviously, we are all watching very closely. Oh gosh, not liking this look, guys, at all. Rotation is getting strong. Convection starting to fill in the center. And Yeah, not a good look here. Obviously, is the last thing we wanted to happen, which was a developed supercell now approaching. Good news, though, on the flip side, Natchez and Cloverdale now no longer underneath a tornado warning that has now been canceled. So our only and highest priority threat right now is in Montgomery, Alabama, where well-developed supercell is approaching. Oh my gosh. Whew. I think it's scary looking, right? I mean, just over, you can see the actual hook kind of like rotating. Not a good look here, guys. If you know anyone in Montgomery, Alabama, please contact them and tell them to seek shelter immediately. This is a serious threat, okay? And we're also about to have some nudger convection here around this side. This will probably help the full convection start to wrap up, possibly a strengthening of the hook and the rotation. So please seek shelter immediately. Looks like I might be getting some lag on my TikTok. What is going on? Oh gosh, I think TikTok just crashed. Ugh. Gosh, I hate this stuff, bro. Well, YouTube, hopefully you're doing okay. Well, there's no one on YouTube. All right. Well, sorry about that, guys. I think my TikTok crashed. If you're just joining in, we have an active tornado warning. Welcome back. We have an active tornado warning for Montgomery, Alabama, now underneath an active tornado warning. I need you to be seeking shelter immediately here. I do apologize for the TikTok live crash. I don't really understand what happened. Welcome back. Hopefully you guys are okay. And yes, this is the current only active tornado warning ongoing. And I need you to be seeking shelter immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado. And currently I have a few things circled. I have some nudging convection that is now inbound to this hook, this supercell that's approaching. And that might amplify the spin or the tornado that's now approaching Montgomery. So this is an extremely serious situation. And I'm seeing some ground truth to this right here, guys. I mean, this is over 175,000 people are currently underneath this active tornado warning in Montgomery, Alabama, okay? We got a serious threat that is now approaching you. This is a very serious threat. Still radar indicated. Let's hope this thing stays off the ground. But most likely it will also be rain wrapped. So we got our large rotating storm. And then now we have nudging convection happening on the hook echo. We really have to watch this closely, guys. This is a serious situation if you're just joining in. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream so you can get the word out to as many people as possible. A radar indicated tornado is now mere moments away from impacting Montgomery, Alabama. And I need you guys to be seeking shelter immediately within the zone. This is a very serious situation. So the combination of a very well-developed supercell and nudger convection about to enter a extremely populated area is extremely concerning right now. Extremely concerning. This is exactly what we did not want to happen, and now it is materializing. So, Montgomery, you probably have about 10 minutes left before this actual system enters, the actual tornado kind of circulation enters the city limits. So time is of the essence. You are running out of it right now. The immediate action is required. Exit the roadways. Exit the roadways. An additional thing, guys, an additional thing to remember is to please do not park underneath overpasses. There's probably a lot of people on the streets right now, right? Kind of nearing rush hour. Please exit the streets immediately in Montgomery, Alabama. Time is very, very running out here. A radar indicated tornado now approaching Montgomery. You can see rotation still luckily broad, but do not rely on that as your cover, okay? You got the actual full rotation is happening, right? The good news is I don't see a specific spot in which I see that rotation making it all the way to the ground, but that can happen at any moment, and this is why this thing is tornado warned. And Tori, depending on where you are in Montgomery, not much more time. Are you in your safe place? Please seek shelter immediately. And Scary, this is happening right now. An active tornado warning. Right now, an active tornado threat is approaching Alabama, Montgomery right now. Okay, this is not going to happen today. This is happening right now. So immediate action is required in Montgomery, Alabama. If you are seeing this right now, let me know. Hopefully, if you're in Montgomery, let me know if you're in your safe place. You should be. And let me know where you guys are currently watching from. Illinois, not going to be in concern for severe weather. I do apologize for those who are in the stream a little bit earlier. I will be so happy when I get out of this internet. I believe the stream crashed. If you're just joining in, we have an active tornado warning for Montgomery, Alabama. If you guys would not mind liking the stream and sharing it, this is an active threat in which we have a tornado approaching Montgomery immediately. A safe place right now, because this is near term. This is literally within the next 10 minutes. You need to seek shelter at the lowest level of your home. Basement is a great solution. If you don't have one, that's okay. You want to avoid exterior windows and walls, okay? Immediately seek shelter. Bathroom, stuff like this. These are good options. Still radar indicated tornado warning, and we've just seen the new polygon right here. So you can see where we're mainly concerned of. The warning polygon just got updated. And please do not drive in this. Do not leave. Do not do that. Do not do anything. This is Montgomery, Alabama. Someone said fight. Are you going to fight the tornado? I don't think that's a good idea. You're in Montgomery, Texas. Okay, yes, this is Montgomery, Alabama. Montgomery, Alabama is currently underneath an active tornado warning. 170,000 of you need to be taking shelter right now. If you're seeing this, I am a student meteorologist here to guide you through the next few moments. It is crucial that you take shelter immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And still seeing, that broad rotation happening, maybe a little bit of a couplet forming here where those reds and greens are touching each other. It is approaching Montgomery at 30 miles per hour. Time is of the essence. You have about 5 minutes now before the kind of circulation crosses over West Boulevard. So the first kind of highways, it's just towards the river here on Route 80, kind of down towards, let me see if I get more location here, down towards Old Selma Road, and we're how far west are we? We are, let me get that out for you, about 9 miles to the west of you, okay? So the storm is moving towards you. The actual circulation is about 9 miles to the west. Please do not try to visually confirm this tornado, okay? It possibly could be rain-wrapped, and what that means is there's going to be shields of rain around this, okay? Shields of rain in which will obscure or completely mask the view of the tornado. So please immediately take shelter. And again, we're not doing specific city questions right now because of the pressing issue of the active tornado approaching Montgomery, Alabama. We will answer them once this expires. Do you think we'll ever become specialized enough to stop these storms? I mean, it'd be probably not in my lifetime. I can say that. Tornado is not going to be in Maryland. Again, this is a serious situation here in Alabama. Basically all of Montgomery, the northern neighborhoods, up here are not in an active tornado warning. They may be added here. This is basically anywhere north of Atlanta Highway, currently not underneath the active tornado warning. You can see right here our towns, basically north of the I-65 and 152 split. But either way, if you've got an alert on your phone, I need you to be taking shelter immediately. Time is very, very running out here. Let's look back to rotation. Again, still broad rotation ongoing. So we've got winds coming towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. But notice we have some grays. That is, oh my gosh, please don't spam. That is like our hope right now, in which we have broad rotation. So the actual storm off the ground right now is rotating, right? Is rotating. If you looked at it, if you took a time lapse, you'd see it's fully rotating. The last step is that rotation making its way down to the ground. It's still a big question mark if that's happening. Still radar indicated. And because the storm is rotating so largely on a larger scale, a tornado can drop down extremely quickly. So that's why do not try to visually confirm it. And even though we don't see it super well on radar right now, I do not want you to exit your safe place. It is crucial that you go to your safe place, okay? It is crucial that you go to your safe place here in Montgomery, Alabama. Again, I do apologize for not answering specific spot questions right now, guys. I can tell you right now this is the only area that is underneath an active tornado threat. Like right now, they need to be taking shelter. That's going to be Montgomery, Alabama. The rest of you are please don't say bye-bye Montgomery. That's not fearmonger. So this is Montgomery, Alabama. The rest of you are okay right now. We can see the inflow clouds in Montgomery. Well, be careful there, Martian. This thing is approaching so quickly, okay? I do not want you to be caught off guard. Obviously, this tornado might be rain-wrapped, so looking best circulation spot right now is just north of Route 80, heading northeast, about 30 miles per hour. This is a crucial situation, hoping this thing just can deteriorate before it enters. But man, this is a serious situation. A serious situation. Here is the entire look of the storm. You can see a very, well, it's becoming a little bit misshaped, which is some good news, but you got a very serious situation developing here. Anyone currently watching from Montgomery, Alabama, again, you should be in your safe place. Do not try to visually confirm the tornado. This is an extremely dangerous situation, and most likely will be rain wrapped if a tornado does drop here. So that means the tornado will be shrouded within rain. Will be shrouded within rain. Mobile, not expecting severe weather, maybe an isolated storm. If a tornado does spin up, what is the likelihood of being EF +4? I'm not really going to speculate on that. With such a well-shaped supercell, the possibility of a high-end tornado is unfortunately possible. I'm really hoping this thing stays off the ground. I'm still not sold on it being on the ground, which is some good news. But man, I'm definitely telling you, this storm is rotating rapidly, and I need you to be in your safe place just in case the thing drops down here in the next mere moments. Obviously, the time between it touching the ground and it showing up on the radar is about 3 minutes. So don't even rely on using radar to know if the tornado is on the ground. It can go down that quickly, just in a couple minutes. So please, this thing is ingesting a ton of inflow. You look at this. You see these storms. Look at these, like, you could probably, we have confirmation on the ground, but look at all these storms. They're flying into this storm. They're flying. That means the storm is just breathing in all of this air. That inflow is just being whipped right into the storm. It's trying to ingest that kind of circulation around it. That's why we are keeping a very close eye. Will it be able to bring that circulation down towards the ground here? Down towards the ground. That's a big thing we continue to watch very closely. An active tornado warning ongoing here for Montgomery, Alabama. Please seek shelter immediately. See, I think we have a continuation. Maybe I saw an update here. Okay, I guess not. Okay. Make sure you guys drop a follow so you can track these storms all night long here on Rainy Day Weather, or continue to track very closely. Obviously, a very concerning outlook here. Athens, Alabama. Again, if you are within this area, guys, well, wow, looks like we might get an upgrade here. Just a new note, the mesoscale discussion for Alabama has now upgraded the tornado watch to EF3 tornadoes possible. So tornado possibles now we're being bumped up to EF3 tornadoes possible within this zone. This is, if you're not in Montgomery, you're not underneath the tornado warning. But if you're anywhere else in this map, I'll let you rely on map reading skills. This is not AI. This is real. I am a astute meteorologist, and there is a real tornado warning here from Montgomery, Alabama. I need you to be taking shelter immediately. This red above me means an active tornado watch. It means the ingredients are in place here in Alabama and also over here towards Mississippi and Louisiana for tornado development over the next 6 hours until it'll be 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. CT Central Time. And you should be rather aware. And another new note for this tornado watch that was issued, it has now been upgraded in strength. So that means the highest likelihood tornado is now EF3. So a significant tornado and now is possible because of the storm development structure. And let's head back to our current tornado warning, in which it requires immediate action here in Montgomery, Alabama. Taking a look back at this one, we have still broad rotation happening. And man, look, we will be very, very lucky. And I hope so, if this storm does not come down and touch the ground. Okay, this is a serious situation. Obviously, we had a very well shaped out supercell, and looks like we might be getting we got a little bit of an inflow tail, and just gotta hope this thing stays off the ground. Okay, stay off the ground. He's got a warning in Troy, Alabama. Well, if you got a tornado warning, please seek shelter. Make sure you check the difference between a warning and a watch. All right. Yeah, concerning look as we continue. This is not AI, guys. This is not AI. If you've gotten a warning on your phone, you should be taking shelter immediately. My current only warning, at least on my side, is Montgomery, Alabama, as well as, that's kind of the only location anywhere south of there, down I-465, down 331, down 82, and we're continuing to watch very closely. Obviously, now if a tornado did drop down to be completely rain wrapped, And rotation's right about here. Right about here is our core concern. Kind of scooting by Montgomery. Please remain in your safe place. If you are within Montgomery, wait until that tornado warning gets canceled, okay? Really, I mean, look at that, how the supercell has really approached this area. It was very scary looking. You got a complete hook on that thing. You got full rotation of the lower levels. If we can avoid a tornado here, this would be a huge win. South of Alexandria, Louisiana, there's a supercell along a boundary and is rotating now. Oh gosh, okay, we could be an eye on that. Again, I don't really know if the tornado is going to get down. Obviously, it's really hard to say exactly for the future here. But if you are now, I'm giving a little bit of an update here for Pike Road or anywhere down to the south or kind of downstream of this. Get ready for an extension on this tornado warning potential as the storm possibly recycles its rotation. Because it's looking pretty messy right now. Yeah, I have hope that this thing has become so messy it's going to choke its outflow, or choked its inflow, which will reduce some overall tornado threat. So Montgomery, hopefully we can avoid. Obviously, and a reminder, this will not be the only storm for Montgomery. Your tornado watch continues for another 6 hours, and there's actually another storm down to your west that's already approaching your area. So unfortunately, this might not be the only tornado warning you get for today. Just putting that on your alert. Do not let your guard down. Let's look at large risk scale radar. Kind of across the region. Got some storms that are sub-severe right now. So obviously keeping an eye on all these for anything that is able to develop. We have had not any confirmation on the Montgomery tornado. Not any confirmation. There's some good news. And rotation is really starting to back off right now. So hopefully this trend continues. Pretty scary look, though. Pretty scary look. Thank you guys for sharing and liking the stream so we get the word out to as many people as possible. Unfortunately, we've got quite a long way to go. At least about 6 more hours. And we've got a pretty discrete setup going on so far. So what that means is our storms are not becoming a kind of slop fest. We are getting some stronger storms that are materializing tornado threat. So far today, we've had 3 tornado warnings, zero confirmed tornadoes, but the environment is poised to create more tornado threat over the next 6 hours. We do have an upgraded tornado watch tags for our southern Mississippi and all of Alabama. The tornado watch tags have been upgraded from EF2 to EF3 as the probable most highest likely tornado risk. Appreciate you joining me here. Obviously tracking these storms very closely. Let's check back on our Montgomery, Alabama one. Oh man, I don't want to jinx anything, but this thing it looks like it's really starting to wrap up shop here, at least initially, possibly recycling. Montgomery, Alabama just got very lucky. You can see the storm approaching here. I mean, this was a monster supercell. With some convection entering its inflow. It looks like I kind of got choked out there, which, man, that was, woo. Yeah, 6 more hours, unfortunately. I'm hoping this thing drifts out of here, and this really goes to show what environment we're dealing with. And we got a classic hook echo right there, which is a pretty nasty-looking storm. And unfortunately, we got to deal with a lot more of this. Hopefully, our luck continues here. And you can see, local, the nearest velocity radar has really dropped out from what we've had. Let me just throw you. Here's the latest storm relative velocity. You can see back when it was a bit more concerning back here, where you had that circulation over here. And now notice how things have kind of occluded for right now. So hopefully we can not bring that back. The supercell might be going through what's called a recycling, so might redevelop a hook down to the south and try to redevelop some spin. So I don't think the story on this storm is quite over yet. I appreciate that, Kevin. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I know it's been quite a crazy season so far. Lots of ups and downs, that's for sure. And we do have a new mesoscale discussion out for my friends in Atlanta and northern Georgia. with a 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch within this area. So we'll see if this develops. The SPC is kind of putting a big question mark on this one, and I guess we'll see. Depends on how these storms kind of develop and move off into the sector here. I think a tornado watch might be possible, depending if they can continue to develop at a decent click there. All right. Yep. So far, this is the only tornado warning ongoing, so we'll continue to watch it very closely. Just obviously just watching it so closely as even without the tornado warning, you still got about golf ball sized hail falling in Montgomery, so remain in your safe place until the tornado warning has been canceled, which hopefully will be here soon. And just a reminder to please stay alert for another 6 hours. I know, pretty painful, but that's unfortunately what we're dealing with today. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to step aside. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Okay. It's pretty crazy going on here. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, I don't think so. I'm going to stay sub-severe, most likely. Montgomery seems to be not having... Yeah, so right now, the Montgomery one, which we're watching, I think it really got choked out by some convection and its inflow, and it's really stopped its rotation, at least on the lower levels. Continuing to watch very closely. Obviously, we tilt the radar up a bit. You see, generally, the storm is rotating in the upper levels. But it seemed to lose a good amount of the lower level rotation. You see, as we continue to drop down in the lower levels, we start to lose out on it. Some pretty good news overall. Hopefully that continues. Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate that. Welcome to the rainy day with our family. Again, our storm chase begins in just few days. Monday begins the storm chase, weather dependent. Will that snowstorm that went through Colorado going to turn into any severe weather this way? Not really. It's kind of all associated, all kind of banded together across the area of the cold front. So yeah, I'm not expecting the snowstorm to really have a big impact. This would probably be my next storm to watch out here for a tornado threat here for Brookhaven. Obviously, getting some pinks starting to show up on radar. If this storm starts moving more to the east, be alert. That could be turning into a supercell here relatively soon. Here. Don't have radar, or I do not have confirmation that a tornado has touched down in Montgomery, but you still are underneath a active tornado warning. So I need you to remain in your safe place until the tornado warning has been canceled. You're looking at general velocity, you still have a pretty decent amount of velocity. Now this is looking at just general velocity. So if you look at storm relative, it's less impressive, but general velocity, you still have that general rotation associated with the storm movement. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the name of the game here. You have to be careful with some of this radar-derived products, like the storm relative. It can sometimes mess up the speeds. What radar do I use? I use weather fronts. Check the link in my bio for down the link. Is there any severe weather coming into Knoxville, Tennessee? I don't really think so. Might be an isolated storm, but your overall threat should be on the lower end. Excuse me. All right, good news for Montgomery. I believe you now have been dropped outside the tornado warning, so you can now get out of your safe place. It is now all clear for now. However, you do have more storms to your west, and you still remain underneath a tornado watch for 6 more hours. So do not let your guard down. I know it's a long ask, but have those emergency alerts in place. And stay weather aware as we continue to watch very closely. This is not Ohio. This is Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi. It's kind of the corridor of risk zones we're watching today. How's it going from Indonesia? How you doing? This is quite off topic for your region, but I hope you're having a great week either way. Kids see a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued in front of our storm here for Shorter, Pike Road, and Fitzpatrick. This severe thunderstorm warning includes the tags of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So I don't have any confirmed tornadoes on my end yet. However, if I check, I guess we could throw on the SBC website really quick. See if we got anything confirmed. Obviously, confirmations happen a little bit behind the scenes. So far, 0 confirmed tornadoes. But a handful of tornado warnings and some couplets. Specifically in like the Louisiana-Mississippi border towards, where was it? Towards Natchez. I believe there probably was a tornado at some point on the ground there, based off my radar indication. Okay, back to radar. That's what we're kind of dealing with right now, guys. Handful of tornado warnings, especially for some highly populated areas, but so far 0 confirmations. Hopefully we can say this way, but obviously we're watching a very dangerous situation kind of continue to play out here. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Aiden, for the donation. As we have a very discrete setup, we got a lot of cells that are kind of all hanging around each other, and if they remain discrete, they can produce tornadoes, and that's our core concern as we continue to watch very closely. Houston, Texas could see some isolated severe weather across the your region there. Obviously, not much going on right now. Would be concerned of an isolated large hail threat materializing towards dinner time. So that's what we're talking about overall. I believe that tornado warning in Montgomery is about to be canceled overall. You can see it's a little bit smaller now. I guess southern Montgomery still remaining your safe place, like the southernmost places, but really most of the storm threat has now passed to your east. But as you can see from radar, we still got a lot of storms to track. National Weather Service still thinks that there is a high-end tornado capability with the associated with these storms. Both tornado watches in Mississippi and Alabama have been upgraded to EF3 possible tornado watches. So significant tornado possible. Obviously, keeping a close eye on all those metrics. Across the board in that regards. We'll be here to guide you through the rest of the evening, at least some of the. I'd say I'll probably go for like another hour or two. Again, it all depends on storm development here. This is my last stream looking at weather. This is the last stream because I'll be taking down everything for my study abroad. So this will be the last time I am in ridiculous hour difference for everyone. And I can, not only will I be in your guys' time zones, but I will actually be on the ground. Looking at the storms together. Storm chasing. I went through Harvey in 2017. Oh gosh, yeah, it must have been a tough one. Obviously, I remember that even as, I guess, a child back then. I was at 12, 13 years old? Yeah, it was crazy. Do you expect it to have weather to chase when you come home? That's a big question, Blondie. I had a weather discussion today with my team that I put together. And we actually might stream our discussion tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. Let me know if you guys are interested in that. We have weather discussions on our target chasing. And obviously, our date to leave is Monday. But looking at the weather forecast right now, I don't know. We'll see if we have severe weather to chase or not. If not, then we're not obviously going to go out and just chase nothing. Not just going to go on a road trip. That would be fun. But we'll see. Yesterday I was really thinking we're not probably going out, but now today I think there's a chance. As long as there's severe weather risk Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think there's a solid chance. Storm West Greensburg, Mississippi is rotating and getting rapidly organized. Okay, we can take a quick gander here. Yeah, we gotta. My gosh, these stupid spam calls, guys. I hate them. So annoying. Yeah, we got a hook developing on the west of the Brookhaven one. A little bit of rotation. Let's go up to the northern one. A little bit of rotation. So like a pack of broad rotation on that too. Jeez, James. Yeah, it must have been tough. Hopefully hurricane season is not bad this year. So one's becoming more of a linear line than a supercellular threat here in Carthage and Walnut Grove, Mississippi. I guess we go down to the south here, another kind of mid-tier, kind of before mature supercell here. Tornado possible tag on this one, though. Keep an eye on that. And that's what we're... So a handful of supercells and then severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. You know, a little bit of Florida forecasting here. Do you think there is a non-zero chance of a tropical system? I don't think like even a tropical storm, but some tropical system in like the first week of June, once temperatures of the Gulf reach that point, which honestly would not be the worst thing. We desperately need rain for Florida, and some tropical impulse might be possible. So that might be something to see. Overall, I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit of a quiet hurricane season. I'm knocking on wood. With the kind of asterisks of homegrown hurricanes are still possible. So ones that form like the Gulf kind of remain as our core threat. Like long track ones that kind of settle in the MDR, main development region, and the Atlantic there and like the long runway, I think are very unlikely this year. That's kind of the difference between tornadoes and hurricanes. Hurricanes are pretty big, and you basically know what you're going to get before they come. At least 48 hours with our current technology. So here in Spain, I've officially crossed over to Thursday, which means I officially only have one more day left in Spain. Crazy. You guys didn't know I'm currently studying abroad, and this is it. Literally 39 hours left. Kind of crazy. Gotta get some churros. I'm craving some churros. What other questions can I answer? Obviously, we got a little bit of downtime now. These tornado warnings are not in place. But a very supercharged atmosphere is kind of only a matter of time. Could be about anything. Could be about the storm chase that's coming up. Could be, I don't know really about anything, I guess. Could be about your location. Take my drone pilot's exam on Saturday. So wish me luck on that one. That's so I can get a pilot's license for a drone that's can be used commercially. So got some fun ideas with that one. Some crazy ideas with that one. Hopefully I pass. Fingers crossed. If not, then we might be flying a very small drone. Because you can fly smaller drones without a commercial license, but the ones that are like decent, you kind of need the license. So the exam was expensive too. Like it was $175 just to take the exam, the FAA exam. So I was like, okay, I should definitely pass. Luckily, got a nice plane ride on the way back to study for 6 hours. I think it's actually 7 hours on my way back home Friday. And as I say that, guys, can't stay quiet for long. We got a new tornado warning associated. You know, I talked about how the cell was kind of going on a reconstruction or recirculation. As it was passing Montgomery, and there you go. And actually, I see it right here. Boom. Probably a tornado here just southeast of Montgomery. This is what I was saying. Very lucky that we avoided this here for Montgomery. But this is approaching Pike Road. A new tornado warning now in place for Pike Road, Fitzpatrick, Union Springs, and Route 29 southeast of Montgomery. An active tornado warning. Looking at the velocity couplet, this is, man, just outside of some neighborhoods here in like the suburbs in the outskirts of Montgomery. So if you just got a new issuance of a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. This is a brand new tornado warning associated with some re-spinning up. Is Montgomery having a tornado? I just joined. Southern Montgomery was underneath a tornado warning. Actually, most of Montgomery was underneath a tornado warning. Now most of them are out. The east and southeast corners are now underneath a new tornado warning again. So here you go, reds and greens smack dab next to each other. This is why it was issued a radar indicated tornado. And looking at correlation coefficient for damage, and oh gosh, not really liking that one. Let me see. Little bit of a damage indicator here. You see those reds? This is all rain. You see how it's a little bit of green right in the circulation couplet? We could have one on the ground here. I think I need one more radar scan to be convinced. We might have a tornado on the ground here. Maybe a sidewinder, honestly, coming out of the side of the thunderstorm here. The supercell. Whoa. Look at that. That's like a little bit of reflectivity, but it's not the same reflectivity as the rain droplets. There's really, yeah, this might be a tornado on the ground here. So if we see another radar scan with that dropout, we might be seeing a confirmed tornado here. So another recycling of the storm, and this is going to continue to head east. This is in Alabama, Pike Road, Fitzpatrick, Union Springs, now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Yeah, really got lucky there in Montgomery. Now this is a reformed tornado, looking a little bit more stronger than our previous scans. Kind of just on the edge of our seat waiting for a new scan, obviously associated with that there. Fort Worth, not expecting severe weather rest of your day. City and state, guys. City and state helps me out the best for kind of giving you a good forecast. We do have an upgrade on this severe thunderstorm warning here in Mississippi. This is for Carthage, Standing Pine, Lena, and Walnut Grove. This is 70 miles per hour now, 1-inch hail. A considerable threat tag heading towards Philadelphia, Mississippi. Get ready for that. The weather this spring is doing too much. Yeah, I agree. To be fair, Southeast has been relatively quiet. So I guess it was only a matter of time before they chimed in. All right, new radar scan on our associated tornado warning. This is the only active tornado warning ongoing. Excuse me. Something's happened with the storm relative velocity here. Okay, looks like the rotation dropped out a bit, but I do want to also check on correlation coefficient. Yeah, I mean, this thing might have been on the ground for a few minutes, but maybe not. Setting up to Chase in North Georgia. I wish you the best of luck. Please stay safe up there. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the severe weather even materializes up that far north. You're currently underneath that mesoscale discussion, so I think you have a good chance. Looking at the current photographs and everything going on. I don't know if I can give a forecast for an exact road. I can tell you Pike Road, Fitzpatrick, and Union Springs are now underneath a tornado warning here in Alabama, and that's the only active tornado warning here. I'll zoom out a bit so you can get a nice good look. This is valid until 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Greenville, Alabama. Well, I can tell you just generally there is a pretty massive tornado risk overall. Let me look specifically for Greenville. All right, so tomorrow I'll float the idea to the team if they want to discuss the weather on the live stream. So there won't be like any active. I'm not really expecting any active severe weather, but here's Greenville. You're currently underneath an active tornado watch. Look out to your west. Could have severe weather, an isolated tornado, and an isolated strong tornado possible in Greenville, Alabama. This watch continues until 11 p.m. So it's gonna be a long one. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here. To your north is an ongoing tornado warning, but that one is sliding off to the east, so not to your concern for that one. But it does go to show the environment is capable of producing a tornado. Please be extra safe. Yeah, so tomorrow should be, I'll let you know. I'll probably just do a casual stream in which we'll throw on the stream and talk about the forecast. Again, this is something I'll be doing a lot, or I'll be doing regularly when we're out in the field, but because we're like 5 days advanced, I don't know how interested it's going to be to talk about a lot of hypotheticals regarding chasing. I'll probably post my personal TikTok. I'm going to do a lot of behind the scenes with my personal TikTok. So if you're interested in like storm chase logistics, look out for my personal TikTok. That'll be coming out. I think I have like 30 followers on my personal TikTok, which is kind of funny with 76,000, but you know, it's quite funny. All right. Yeah. I mean, let's check on rotation again. Other questions we have, again, this is, yeah. Rotation, again, this thing is not really sustaining rotation for a while. The entire storm is rotating, but the lower levels is just an absolute mess. Which is great. We don't want to get organized here by any means. Everyone having a good week? Hanging in there? Honestly, I'm pretty ready to come home from study abroad. I miss English, kind of. I've learned a decent amount of Spanish, but it's still challenging. And I miss my American food, I'm not gonna lie. I really love Spanish food, but Texas barbecue, oh gosh. That's like one of the most exciting things about this chase that's coming up. Get all the nice food from all parts of the country. I like driving, and I like food, and I like storms. Sounds like storm chasing is the thing for me. Let's check over to the west here on our other storms that are developing. A few of these are looking like they're on their way to be concerning, but nothing is exactly pointing to me as a complete mature supercell. It seems like we're right there. We're right before these storms inching their way into a significant event. It seems like they're lacking tapping into the full wind shear profile. I mean, honestly, they're pretty discreet, so I don't think we're really struggling on that front, but maybe having enough energy, honestly, having enough updraft speed could be a limiter. And I also think that is a reasonable suspicion because we've had a lot of cloud cover in this region today, which has really honestly probably been a big lifesaver in some of these storms, man, becoming too crazy. I just look at the cell. I'm so shocked this thing's not producing like something getting to the ground, at least currently. Look how it's just rotation. I mean, you can see the actual hook on the southeast side. It is crazy. The inflow, this ingesting these cells. I mean, it is aggressive amount of inflow. It's quite incredible to see, honestly. The entire storm kind of tumbling around itself almost. It's like a washing machine. And now it's kind of ingested. I think that, it's having struggle keeping everything straight and stacked vertically, which is good. You live in the red. Well, if you're currently underneath a tornado warning, I have to say, please seek shelter immediately. If you're within Montgomery, depending on where you are. Well, I think Montgomery is safe from this storm. However, there are more storms coming. Yeah, if you're in Montgomery, so I'm sure you got a tornado warning earlier. Your tornado warning is now expired in Montgomery. However, you still have a tornado watch. You still have tornado capability for another 6 hours. So do not let your guard down yet, Fairy. Stay safe out there. Obviously, concerning look. I have to say, got very lucky with this supercell and hoping for that luck can continue across the United States. But got a very potent setup. We need to stay on high alert here. We got a pretty discreet setup that's been ongoing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's none of these. I better watch what I say because I know the streamer luck. At the moment I say none of these are doing too much, or gonna have 2 mega supercells here. So let's hope this trend continues. I was really concerned there for a second, which we've had a couple of tornado threats, but it seems like the storms are just struggling to become mature enough to fully bring circulations down to the surface. I'm actually surprised we're not. Well, it kind of goes hand in hand. The large hail threat. We don't have really big updrafts as well that are vertically stacked. So it's quite interesting setup. Looking into the longer range, generally severe weather is not looking like very common thing for mid-May. I'll try not to cool cats. And the unfavorable. This is what's called a death ridge across the western United States right now that will hamper big large-scale events. You need large-scale support from upper levels. I just don't think we're going to be seeing that until, which ensembles have been kind of hinting at this, kind of late May, which might see the troughing out in the western United States, the more setups kind of in the central United States. And I think that's actually pretty good for at least the storm chase operation that we're trying to run. We got a little bit of practice in on lower end events next week, and then the following week we'll be ready to go for higher end events. So Montgomery now, you are okay to exit from your safe place. However, your total risk for today is not over. You still have tornado risk ongoing for 6 hours. So still remain ready to take shelter again, unfortunately, especially the storms out to your west, as another tornado warning is possible throughout the rest of your day into late night. About 11 p.m. is when this watch is set to expire. Hopefully you don't see anything else, but unfortunately I just is not 100% possible with a couple of storms already kind of meandering their way through the region. So hopefully that helps out there. Hopefully you're doing okay. Gotta take down all these soundproof panelings in my apartment. Shouldn't take too long. It's just like the little sticky squares that are on the walls. They're gonna be a bit of a pain to get off. Probably just use a knife to scrape them off. But other than that, I don't obviously have a ton of stuff in my apartment. I have to try to fit everything into. I brought only one checked bag here, but I'm bringing 2 checked bags home so I can bring my souvenirs home. Yeah, it's like concrete stubble, so I don't think there's a problem with the paint. It's it's not even painted. It's like the concrete walls, so I'm not too concerned. I don't think there'll be wall damage. My apartment's had plenty of issues anyways, so my apartment's flooded twice. I've lost power 3 times. My Wi-Fi's gone out for more than a day 3 times. It's been great. What is going on, bro? Why are we... okay, it's a bot. It's why are we spamming chat? But then it's just literally a bot. Okay, well... didn't want to be too boring for too long. We have a new tornado warning for pretty close to where other one was, just south of DeVille, the first one of the day. And now another tornado warning here, radar indicated tornado. You can see that hook developing on this kind of line of thunderstorms. This is a radar indicated tornado. I don't know what office is issuing these, but these are such small tornado warnings. Kind of over some fields. Yeah, right there. Reds and greens right next to each other, I believe. See, we've got a good radar here. Yeah, it's about as good as we're going to get just southeast of DeVille. Kind of heading in the general direction of the easterly. So that is what you have to watch out for. Not a ton of people in that warning. I believe 500. So I'd be shocked if there was someone on the stream in there. But obviously, please take it seriously and seek shelter. Another kind of cell that's beginning to try to emerge from these confluence bands. What's the biggest natural disaster you've been in? Well, that's a good question. I don't know about it'd be I've not been in anything that's really noteworthy, I should say. I lived in Western Pennsylvania for most of my life, so we don't really have any crazy setups. I mean, if you count snow, the big snowstorm back in 2012, that's pretty costly. I've seen a tornado, so that's probably the highest power storm I've seen. Fort Worth, not concerned for severe weather today. Yeah, I really have not been anything crazy per se. Don't even let me get me started. Last Penn State football game. Yeah, that was last Penn State football season was pretty painful. Hoping, fingers crossed, I get student tickets for my senior year, and fingers crossed we don't completely suck. I have hope. We don't really play a lot of good teams, so we'll see. This tornado warning continues here in Alabama, guys. Seeing some resurgence in rotation. I really think this velocity is really messed up here. Right here, just east of Pike Road. I can't believe I'm in my senior year. It's pretty crazy. Should be a fun senior year. I have been reelected as the Penn State Rocket Club president, so that was exciting. Now I can fulfill my presidential duties all in person. Yeah, if you didn't know, I am the president of the Penn State Rocket team, so it's quite funny because it's a very aerospace heavy major. I think I'm there's 100 people in the club, and probably 90%, 80% are aerospace. So I'm quite the odd one out with the meteorology degree. Yeah, this is another one that's starting to really catch my eye as a supercellular structure. We got that hook developing. You can see it's becoming a little bit more of an easterly movement just over the last few scans. It was a really interesting kind of collision here, right here. Right there. And then it kind of collided and then kind of amplified the storm, which then, I guess, naturally brought it up to more of a more higher strength, and which gave it more of a wind shear profile. So I think that's really what we're struggling with today. Putting the final piece of the puzzle together is a stronger storm. I think energy. So we saw the collision. Collision brought a larger storm. Larger storm tapped more into the shear, which I'm not expecting to be super long-lived. If we just had a little bit more sunlight today, guys, on the surface, I think we would have been talking about a very different story today. So I'm knocking on wood right now because obviously we got a long way to go, and a storm that could become strong within this zone is still very much on the table. But so far, looking at how things have been going, I'm kind of leaning towards that kind of point. I'm very glad, I've been trying to make the forecast a little bit better because this season's been a little bit rough for forecasting. And a big point I made on my explainer video today was the fail mode, and one of the fail modes I talked about was the lack of energy due to the clouds being over this region. Obviously, we're still getting storms and still have some tornado threat, but I think things could be much, much worse if things heated up a bit at the surface. Continue to track, but it was spooky there for a second. I don't know. We'll see. Continue to track and hope things don't materialize. The only time I'll hope for something to materialize will be in an open field that doesn't have any crops in it in Oklahoma, so we can get you guys some cool videos and explain how a tornado works in person. Ringgold, Georgia, might go underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. There's some severe weather, some ice, some sub-severe weather entering the region within that area. Most of it is sub-severe, so some rumbles of thunder, some heavy downpours, but severe weather-wise, an isolated tornado risk is possible. Not expecting a widespread severe weather event by any means there. Round Rock, Texas. Yeah, I don't think much is coming out here in Texas, so should be pretty chill overall. And I don't even see much convection really firing off, so might not see much. Might be it. Montgomery is okay. No, Montgomery is all safe. They do not have to seek shelter right now. Man, look at this supercell. It's quite the incredible look. The rotation, honestly. I mean, you can see the entire southern thick. The hook is very thick, and you can easily see it rotating on radar. Yet it's still not. It's not able to bring its rotation down on the surface. It's tornado warned right now, but look at the latest rotation before I continue. Oh boy, maybe on the back end here. But still the main hook region, not really. Yeah, you can see Montgomery's fine right now, but looking out to your west, got another storm is trying to fire off. So it kind of sucks to get another tornado warning here within the next hour, but it is possible because of this storm that's kind of approaching there. I don't even know who you are, Mr. Cade. I need context to this, bro. Bro, I'm in Montgomery. Did you enjoy that first tornado warning? Unfortunately, you got 5 more hours to go. All right, let me see. You gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna need context. There's a lot of people who are streaming. All right, my portable battery, portable charger. That's gonna be, just for reference, for my chase vehicle. There's a $300 battery that can charge an entire house, just in case we need a live stream. I think we can sustain live stream for 7 hours without power, so that'll be nice. Or internet, which also might be nice. What is going on? You better start remembering me, Chud. That's crazy. I have no idea who you are. Sorry if you find offense to that. All right. Boy, not Natchez again. I believe we're gonna go underneath a new tornado warning here. Not Natchez. Natchez. I used to wait for it to pop up. Try not to be scared of Montgomery. Just be weather aware. Have your plan in place if you get another tornado warning. And speaking of tornado warnings, we have a tornado warning for Louisiana and the Mississippi border. This area literally was underneath a tornado warning about an hour and a half ago, but you are now underneath a new tornado warning, unfortunately. Monterey, Cloverdale are now underneath a new tornado warning. Here is the Mississippi River. Here is Louisiana. And here is Mississippi. Please seek shelter. Not a ton of people in this one as well. A little bit more of an uptick. 4,000. 3 schools. And stay weather aware. Yes, what I thought. I have no idea who you are. I just don't understand what's going on. It's distracting me. Okay, my phone's being charged. I have no idea who this is. I'm trying to. Usually, I remember people who are like have been in the stream a couple times. I try my best. Honestly, I don't. And that's if you're like in the tsunami stream, there's no chance I remember you because there were obviously a ton of people there. I have the tsunami alerts on. Every time I get an alert on my phone, even if it says like no tsunami warning at all from like the National Resource Tsunami Center, I always have like a drop in my heart because I know like if I get a warning or if I get an alert on my phone, I'm like basically sprinting to wherever my setup is and getting the warning and getting like live streaming. So I know how crazy they can be. Even if we're on the road, I will live stream for a tsunami warning. I don't care. Okay, yes. It's cool, Ed. Sorry for the delay there in your area. For is that Ponchatula, Louisiana. Sorry for the butchering. You are underneath a tornado watch. Okay, you're right here, just south of Hammond, Louisiana. Could see an isolated tornado risk from any cell that develops to your south and kind of enters the region. So be weather aware. For that. Anna, you're in Pike Road. Oh gosh. Okay, so good news is you just got passed by that tornado. Hopefully you're okay. The tornado warning. Be weather aware for any possible damage that might have happened. Okay, don't be careful of down power lines from any high winds. Winds is estimated in the storm are 70 miles per hour. There was an estimated tornado that kind of went through the general vicinity. Didn't have confirmation if it was on the ground or not. But yeah, another thing developing with this cell here in Alabama, just east of Pike Road, we're now seeing possible baseball-sized hail. So that's another added risk to all of this going on. A cool edit, not 100%. You're in a lower isolated tornado risk. Okay, so that means the tornado chance is very low, but it is non-zero. Stay weather aware for the next 6 hours. Okay, and that is kind of the roundup. Again, a new tornado warning is still in place here for a place that was just underneath the tornado warning earlier today. Stay weather aware. Monterey, just west of Natchez, and Cloverdale underneath a tornado warning from a new supercell that's basically exploded on top of its own circulation, which probably killed it. Yep. So not seeing a ton of circulation in that one. We'll see how that goes. Can you check Montgomery, Alabama in the middle of it? Yeah. So you can see where our currently tornado warned storm. Here's Montgomery. Here's a tornado warned supercell producing that baseball-sized hail now in this region. That's moving off to your east, so that's okay. Looking out to your west, though, keep an eye out on this storm here. Montgomery still remains underneath a tornado watch for the next 5 hours. Cool Ed, I don't know who said the severity was extreme. I would not say the setup is extreme by any means. We're in an enhanced risk, and you're like in the slight risk, so that's a 2 out of 5. Yeah, so you don't have to be on. You still I want you to be on alert because you have the isolated tornado risk. But no, it's not like everyone's going to lose their house, especially down to the south there. So hopefully that helps ease your worries. And yeah, you can see how things are fully kind of working their way out here. 2 tornado warnings, 1 in Alabama, 1 in Louisiana, moving into Mississippi. Just checking. Both our radar indicated. I think the weather people forgot to change the weather app. I don't know what weather app is saying there's going to be extreme risk. You look at Jackson, Mississippi. Of course, you're currently underneath a tornado watch, okay? You got a few severe storms kind of in proximity to you, but no immediate threat. You got a severe storm to your east that's moving away from you. You have a tornado warned storm probably 50, 75 miles out of your southwest. I don't think that one's going to be impacting you either, kind of more of an easterly direction. Mainly the thing I'm concerned about, if anything forms out to your west and drifts off to the east. Still may remain on high alert, but right now I think you're looking decent. Your tornado watch still expands until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. Central Time, and is valid for the next 5 hours and 24 minutes. So kind of a long-range threat within the region. I'm feeling more confident, though, of you being in a lesser of a threat for now. Got quite a few storms that are firing off here in southwest Alabama that are going to be meandering their way into the southern portions of the region. I appreciate the kind words. Try my best here. I gotta say, one of the most exciting things I'm excited for is no longer being at such a big time difference to cover severe weather, guys. Oh gosh, it's been a little tough. Staying up to like 3 a.m. on some of these nights have been a little brutal, but we are done. This is it. So I guess I can be happy with the progress. Obviously, we've seen pretty amazing growth over the past semester, so I appreciate the support. Facebook has been going crazy too. I think Facebook is 400 followers away from 50,000 on Facebook, which is just crazy. So North Carolina, I don't think there's really a big concern in North Carolina there, Bray. Most of the severe weather is going to stay to your south. There's just not a ton of storm fuel available, and things should be more mellow. Heavy downpours, maybe a rumble of thunder possible, but I'm not really expecting severe weather to get in that region. You're in Montgomery. Well, you probably had a tornado warning if I'm right. Looks like we avoided most of the impacts from that. However, I want you to be weather aware because you continue to have a tornado risk beyond that one, okay? So tornado watch remains in place beyond and into the evening until 11 p.m., okay? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good day too, Bray. All right, let's do a roundup check on our active tornado warnings. We have two of them. One that's kind of east of Alexandria in Louisiana. This is becoming more and more concerning here in Monterey and west of Natchez and Cloverdale. It's trying to organize another messy supercell. Again, this is one, the rotation is still pretty broad, so I don't think this one's on the ground. Obviously, go to your safe place if you're within the tornado warning. Been quite the theme. So quite the theme today for severe weather is we're like right there. We have a rotating storm, but the lower levels, which is quite surprising the setup because the LCL is so close to the ground. The actual cloud bases are so close to the ground because it's so humid. That seems to be like the final piece is the lower level helicity. Anyways, we also have a tornado warning ongoing in Fitzpatrick, Union Springs, Alabama here. Please seek shelter and remain in shelter. This one is a little bit more concerning for rotation, I have to say. Right near Fitzpatrick, we might have tornado on the ground here. Looking at CC. Yeah, a little hard to say. Right on that edge, though. I definitely take this one seriously. Rotation, those reds and greens right next to each other. A little bit more sold on that one. Turn up your mic. Is it a little bit quiet for you guys? Is that better? All right. So yeah, that's kind of the roundup of what's going on. Oops, we can look at MRMS. This is kind of fun. This is where all the areas I've seen rotation. You can see the Montgomery storm has had pretty solid rotation across the board here, especially in South Montgomery. So we might have had a few touchdowns. The brighter colors, the warmer colors are as you go in full blast. Anyone else have trouble hearing me, or is it just them? Is my mic sensitivity? I just turned it up a decent amount. Yeah, not too concerned, Mary, in Tennessee today. I think most of the severe weather threat is going to stay down in the south. An isolated severe weather threat remains for Tennessee. But I think there's just not enough available storm fuel, which is some good news. I had to turn my volume up. Oh, shoot. Okay. One moment. Okay, I just turned up. Okay, how does it sound now? I just turned up my on-side TikTok volume as well as my mic volume. Am I too loud now? We can turn this into an ASMR stream. I don't think anyone would like that, including myself. Okay. Getting distracted here. Good, better. Okay, cool. Great. Thanks for letting me know. Hopefully it wasn't too quiet. What else we got, guys? Indiana not going to get involved in severe weather. You're chilling. I'm in Montgomery. Will there be any more tonight? Unfortunately, yes. You are still within an active tornado watch, and I'm honestly watching the storm out to your west here, trying to get shape. I don't know if it loads. Just trying to get shape here, so stay weather aware with that storm. Tornado warning has expired in Alabama, so Alabama is now down to 0 tornado warnings, but we've gotten a new tornado warning here for Mississippi. Look at that photograph, or look at that turning of direction with winds, with the height there. Pretty massive hook there. Tylertown, Thomas, Mississippi, Thomas, Louisiana. Now underneath a radar indicated tornado warning here. This is from a breakaway supercell. Oops, we don't need Siri involved. Yeah. So seek shelter within that zone. Obviously, this is what we're concerned about. This is interesting. This is something I was looking on the HER. Lots of these type of supercells. We're really looking for if a supercell can get fully mature here. Let's look at rotation, actually. I didn't think I looked at that. Ooh, pretty good rotation here heading towards Tylertown. So Tylertown, Mississippi, I'm going to need you to take shelter immediately. This is an active tornado warning. I live in northeast Alabama near Scottsboro. Yeah, so northeast, if you're near Scottsboro, you're just outside the active tornado watch, in which the ingredients are a little bit less favorable for tornado development. A couple of heavy downpours, maybe an isolated severe weather threat ongoing, but not too concerned. Seems like most of the big boy storms are staying down to the south here. Who's saying me? What's going on? Okay. So two radar indicated tornadoes. One that's in Louisiana transitioning into, I guess both of them are from Louisiana transitioning into Mississippi. So we got, unfortunately, the window here is still pretty large, in which these single discrete cells can produce tornadoes. That's kind of the main story, guys. Oh, we need 2 more followers to round us off at 76,100 followers, guys. Join the rainy day with their family. Join us for the chase literally this Monday. And we'll be chasing all summer until about late July. These chases will include severe weather with a tornado emphasis. They also include pre-morning discussions for you guys, so you can ask your questions to us before we do that, and also some insight. So we might even go live when we're at the random hotel, like the Red Roof Inn, and we'll bring you guys live, and we'll have our forecast discussion together as a team, as well as live with you guys, so you guys can get the insight of how we're storm chasing, how we're operating, what we're concerned about for the day. Then we'll be making long form content, short form content, and of course we'll be storm chasing during the time. And lastly, we'll also be surveying and doing on scene kind of the damage as well. If a hurricane or tropical storm happens in June or July, we will also have the capability of chasing that, so that anywhere along the Gulf Coast states. I'm not expecting anything to happen in the East Coast, obviously not that early in the season. But if an early tropical storm happens, we will actually have the capability to get on site and have a plan to bring you live coverage as well. All right, back to the ongoing severe weather. We got 2 tornado warnings ongoing. Let's take a closer look at them together. We got another one for Monterey, just west of Natchez, Mississippi. This tornado warning is ongoing in, oh gosh, wow, rotations kind of picked up here. Still pretty broad. It's still pretty broad. Oh gosh, I say that, but then we got kind of a pickup here. Velocity. Yeah, I mean, this one might be close to the ground here, heading towards Cloverdale. And Natchez, if you're Natchez again in Mississippi, you could be taking shelter again from another tornado warning. This is a separate one from the one about 2 hours ago, so please stay weather aware. And then otherwise, we have another tornado warning here for kind of Louisiana-Mississippi border on the kind of eastern side. Tylertown and Thomas underneath an active tornado warning here, just outside of Kokomo for the next 1 hour. That's valid till 6:45 p.m. And overall, I got a question for Northeast. Well, let me throw on the full radar. Northeast Georgia. Wait, is that Northeast Georgia? Yeah, Northeast Georgia. Kind of sub-severe activity happening here. So, I know the tornado watch inches towards Albertville and Fort Payne. Overall, looks like storm fuel has really been lacking to produce mature supercells here. So I think the general severe thunderstorm risk is pretty low, other than an isolated tornado risk. So stay weather aware just in case something does pop up. But overall, I'm not expecting too much more out of the system. And as a complete risk, guys, we're kind of in an in-between zone of how we're feeling about this. We really have not gotten to the solution of where we have nothing going on, where we have like a slop fest, where we have just rain everywhere and there's not really any discrete cells. We do have discrete cells, specifically within this zone and this zone, where our tornado producers. These, unfortunately, still have the capability of producing a strong tornado as they continue. The big limiting factor we've seen so far this evening, I guess this afternoon and working our way into the evening, is the strength of the storms. The actual raw power, how large the storms are, has been a little bit on the weaker side, which kind of is expected because we've had so much cloud cover. So storm fuel is at a premium right now for these storms. And that's great. That's great news. We don't want them to become fully mature, but they still can be dangerous. So I think the highest end impact is kind of becoming less likely, but man, these supercells still are pretty mature here, or trying to become mature, and still could produce problems. So that's kind of the full update there. Hopefully that helped out. Get a general outlook of what's going on across the country, specifically the Southeast and Dixie Alley, Cleveland, Tennessee. Again, across the entire region of Tennessee, not really concerned that much. A couple of rumbles of thunder and heavy downpours possible throughout the rest of your day. But most of the severe weather is going to stay to the south, for the main reason we're not seeing crazy storms. And that is because of lack of energy. And I do have a new update, though. Anyone in Atlanta, guys, you're now going underneath an active tornado watch. We'll kind of describe that more here in a second. But it looks like Atlanta, northern Georgia, is going underneath a tornado watch. So it looks like they're saying, okay, we have enough evidence that will expand the tornado watch in this region. Isolated tornado possible. A couple tornadoes possible is the wording. Ping pong ball size sails, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that materializes. I'm looking at the live radar right now. I don't know about that that watch. It looks very messy. No, I'm really not seeing any organized storms. I might be wrong. I hope I'm not wrong, but yeah. I've never played hacky sack. I actually I'm trying to think. I had like a hacky sack back when my family went to Mexico. Like that's usually was our classic family vacation. Probably when I was younger, when I was like my young teens and before tweens. But I don't think I ever like played hacky sack before, like the actual concept. All right, with that, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'll be right back, guys. Refill my water here. All right, be right back. All right, we're back. What other questions we have? Again, continue to track these 2 tornado warnings here. Obviously, this one's becoming pretty concerning here towards Tylertown. Yeah, this is like probably the best couple that I've seen so far today. Right there, reds and greens heading towards Tylertown, Mississippi. Please take this seriously, guys. A active tornado warning is heading towards your region. This is a app called Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio. For the link tree for free premium. And man, look at this one also. We got 2 kind of concerning velocity scans here. Right now, not in huge populated areas, but still are approaching some populated areas. So Cloverdale and eventually Natchez, you're going to be downstream of this active tornado warning. And should be ready to take shelter again. Yeah, let's look at velocity. 100-mile-per-hour velocity and a 10 velocity return. It's 110 gate to gate. So still pretty concerning overall in that one. Excuse me. There you go, guys. There is the new tornado watch out for Atlanta, the northern portions of Georgia, and western portions of Georgia. I'm actually quite surprised. I guess, this kind of immediate part towards Columbus Georgia. Right here is a core concern area. I mean, you got some large hail, a tornado possible tag associated with our storm that was tornado warned earlier. And now we got Americas in this region underneath the tornado watch. Now also Atlanta, Athens, Gainesville, Anderson, South Carolina, Greenville, and Rome are also underneath all these tornado watches. So core risk here, an isolated tornado or two, I think, are possible, and large hail. I'm actually quite surprised they've issued the watch here. I mean, other than like the southern portions here, okay, I see there's already a storm going, but these storms here have been pretty lackluster. But yeah, that's kind of the update on that front. Bro said we are dying. I think we're chilling right now. Well, chilling is kind of a not the best word, with 2 active tornado warnings. They're both in. Well, now one's fully in Mississippi. One's transitioning from Louisiana into Mississippi. You can see they're located here, heading towards Tylertown. Tylertown underneath the active tornado warning. That's Tylertown, Mississippi. And Natchez is about to be approached by the second tornado of its day. Quite unfortunate looks out there. Let's play Clash Royale. It's not the time, Alex, unfortunately. You have to wait until the next one. Santi, you're underneath the tornado watch. Get ready. Lock in. We need you to storm chase for us. Nah, I'm just kidding. Looks Maxer Weatherman. Bro. Oh, gosh. Another thing that is changing here in the next few days is I'm getting my hair cut. I've not had my hair cut since Thanksgiving, which I think is my longest time in like my life. So I'm ready. I don't really like super long hair, so we'll be seeing what the new cut looks like. You'll be sleeping. You're gonna sleep before. Oh gosh, it expires at 1 a.m. Yeah, good luck with that one, Chief. I didn't realize they. I guess an isolated tornado is possible. Have that plan in place. How can I know if there's a tornado? Well, a big one is your phone. Your phone, if you turn on your emergency alerts, if you go to your phone, emergency alerts, turn it on for weather. I don't really care if you have it on or not for Amber Alerts. I personally do not, because I don't know. I don't want random things on my phones. On my phone. So yeah, that's how you can do it. Turn on emergency alerts. Honestly, your phone is your biggest help there. You also could get a NOAA weather radio, which honestly, who has those these days? Like, you could get one. I was actually thinking about getting one, but then for this storm chase, but then I was like, man, they're expensive, like $40. I'm not spending money on something that I basically already have as a phone, which probably, well, I guess the radio is probably faster, but who cares? No offense to anyone. Have you guys seen those videos of like people with like it's like 14 of the NOAA weather radios and they just go crazy? It's either those videos or it's like the video of like people having like 20 fire alarms in their room. Yeah. There's a tornado here though. Speaking of tornado, heading towards Tylertown. You can see my couplet right there. Reds and greens right next to each other. Obviously this supercell is trying to stay alive. Heading towards Tylertown. Yeah, I've seen those. Okay, good. I'm not the only one. There, a tornado happened in Montgomery. A tornado warning happened in Montgomery. Let me check if we have anything confirmed today. It'd be very bad. I mean, it'd be good if we don't have any tornadoes, but it would be another very bad miss if no tornadoes happen. I think the tornado is going to be confirmed at some point today. Just generally looking. So far, none have been confirmed. We have 23 hail reports. Wait, let me refresh. I think 23 hail reports, 1 wind report. Nada else. Nilch. But of course, you need surveys and whatnot. When are you going on the news? I'm hoping never. And I unfortunately have spoken into existence. We have our first confirmed tornado on the ground here in Mississippi, Tylertown. You should be taking shelter immediately. A confirmed tornado is on the ground, and there it is. Actually, the damage indicator. Could have seen that for myself. And unfortunately, the streamer curse continues. Yep. Damage lines up exactly with our couplet. You can see couplet right there, highlighted, and then damage located on our CC drop. Boom, right there. And I was saying how I was not planning on going to the news. You know, the news has like terrible. It's a great job, you know, whatnot, but like the hours are not good. I'm actually planning on doing this full time when I graduate. So, yeah, it's exciting, and we have our first confirmed tornado of the day. Yeah, so that's kind of the goal. I've been doing this for it's 2 years. We'll actually have our birthday, rainy day weather birthday, June 23rd. Gosh, I'm forgetting my own birthday. That's kind of crazy. We've had crazy growth just for 2 years of being online. So appreciate all the support, guys. First confirmed tornado of the day, and also we have our first significant severe weather thunderstorm tag of the day for DeKalb and Scuba. And look at that. We got baseball size, I believe, baseball. Yes, baseball size hail confirmed. So another confirmed thing. 60 mile per hour winds, destructive tag. So we got some large baseballs. If you are within DeKalb and Scuba or Portersville, Mississippi, protect your vehicles while you still can. You have a large and dangerous hail threat incoming. And this thing actually might get tornado warned here as well. Seeing 2 areas of possible rotation. Let me check with, yeah, kind of a messy mess with that one. So that might happen. Yeah, I mean, we'll see like where this goes generally. I like to focus on the education aspect of my page. Like streaming is very important, and honestly, my favorite part as well is streaming, but also I want to be out there with you guys. I want to combine things together. I don't want to just sit here at my desk and read radar. I want to help you guys out through the severe storms. I also want to show you and teach you about the severe storms and be on the ground with you through these severe storms. So that's kind of a huge thing. That's why I'm dedicating my summer, and so lucky and fortunate to have the resources from the support over the past few months to be able to do this for an extended period during the summer. That's really my dream. I'm putting my dream here in motion, and it'll be so cool. Stop trying to educate. Let our generation brain rot. I'll educate through entertaining means, so don't worry. There'll still be plenty of balance, if you may. So yes, we have our first confirmed tornado. If you guys are just joining in, first confirmed tornado heading towards Tylertown in Mississippi. This is a radar indicated confirmation, but man, look at this thing. It is whipping right now, okay? This radar estimate how large this thing is. Last CC kind of dropped out a little bit, which is hopefully some good news. Current, oh gosh, I mean, we're quite far away from the radar, so I don't know if I can say this tornado is about a mile wide, but we're solidly close to the radar, so unfortunately might have at least a decent sized tornado, a sizable tornado heading towards Tylertown. Let's look at the exact track. Yeah, a little bit, hopefully goes south of Tylertown here, but occlusion is possible, so you gotta go to your safe place here. Confirmed tornado on the ground as we go. Yes, of course, chase your dreams. I mean, I wanted to do this. I made a post about this earlier this week, or I guess a week ago. I wanted to do this and be like a meteorologist since I was like 3rd grade. So it's pretty crazy to have this opportunity this summer. That's another reason why I'm so excited to come home. It's not like I don't like Spain. I've been having a blast here and studying abroad, and it's so amazing. But yeah, we got things to do. Places to see. I gotta spend some time in Nebraska this year. Mogging Mississippi. Like, I can't. Yeah, Mississippi is about to get all these tornadoes here. All right, so you look at the large-scale radar ongoing here. Again, take a look at KBMX. The Birmingham radar is down, so that's annoying. Cool at it, dude. Wait, aren't you... Oh, you're over here. Yeah, there's actually a confirmed tornado about 20 miles to your northeast, but don't worry, it's moving away from you, so you're okay down there. Cool at it, dude. And still, it kind of remains the same thing. If any storm develops to your south, there's an isolated chance of severe weather, but I think all of the storms are staying to your north still. So no high concern right now. This is the first storm we've seen out of the complex, of which it's had solid couplet ongoing for at least a few radar scans. So right there. It's been on the ground for at least 5-6 minutes so far, and it's holding on. It's better. I mean, this is the most couplet I've been seeing. I should be scared. No, you should not be scared, but you should be prepared. Have your plan in place to seek shelter if you do get a warning, just in case. I mean, you still have that watch in place for the next 5 hours. So tornado development is still possible. Excuse me, just on the lower end. Okay, let's go back to our tornado warning here over in kind of Louisiana. Wow, what is this? I was to say that was so delayed. I think we still have a tornado here, possibly on the ground, moving towards the Mississippi River, kind of splitting Louisiana and Mississippi, just south of Cloverdale, Mississippi. Probably a rain-wrapped tornado if one is on the ground here. You haven't had a haircut since November. Doesn't look like too long. Yeah, it's pretty long in the back, so most of it's like pulled back. So it is. Trust me, it's pretty long. I mean, if I pull it forward, like it's too long. So it's all like piled up. That's why it's time. It's time for a haircut. So now I literally talked about how things have been hanging in there strength wise. Now we have confirmed baseball sized hail and we've confirmed tornado on the ground. So there you go. The forecast at least somewhat verified today, unfortunately, but at least something is becoming right. Forecast-wise. There's not a tornado in Dallas. Yeah, there's like nothing happening in Dallas. There's like a light rain shower passing by. So yeah. There's nowhere you have like an interior room away from windows, cool, dude. Are you like outside? I mean, it's a great time to make a plan right now. I mean, I don't think you're gonna be in that position today, but it is always a good idea to make a plan no matter where you are for your tornado kind of threat or tornado precaution. My bad, the wind went more than 5 miles per hour and I got scared. Okay, thank you for the clarification. That the tornado report in Dallas was just a report of a 5 mile per hour wind gust. That is great. I'm very happy for that. All right, what is going on here? Okay, cool. We got these two tornado warnings. They're a little pair. This one has some potential. It's got pretty good clear air. If you're in Hattiesburg, Columbia, Purvis, I'd be keeping an eye out. This storm is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Continue to move to the east. Got a lot of clear air to this east. That means it doesn't have a lot of disruptions. So if it continues to hook on into the upper level atmosphere shear profile, I think we could have a unfortunately long track situation going on here. Rotation's dropped off just a bit, so hopefully that continues. So you can see how we have those reds and greens right next to each other, so this is confirmed. And then you look at the next radar scan, it's like, where did it go? It might have lifted a bit here. When am I getting invited to the storm chase? I don't know if that would be Blake, just tell me when. You have to message me. Going Monday, so try to be a weatherman like me. Oh, I appreciate that. If you ever need help, guys, you're interested in meteorology or you're planning on doing meteorology as a career, honestly, it's a great time. The National Weather Service is hiring 120 new people this year. It's kind of crazy. But if you ever need help, please feel free to reach out. Obviously, I had some great mentors growing up. When I wanted to be a meteorologist in 3rd grade and growing up through the years, it is my honor to help out other people. I didn't know that someone so famous would be willing to message me. Okay. Oh, gosh. Yeah, storm chase starting in T-minus 4 days. It is almost here. Almost here. Now we just need some weather to happen, right? We'll see if that final piece of the puzzle happens. I mean, at one point, the weather is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. Okay. Actually, let me check back on the NATO cast. So this is an AI learning tool which models where tornado capability is. And a big thing to point out right now is, oops. Let me see if I can zoom in. Oh, no. Come on. There we go. Oh, kind of see it. There we go. Okay, so notice where our red is above me here, right? That is exactly where currently our confirmed tornado is. And it's moving into that environment as well. So that's a good point in which is to say, hey, there is a tornado environment that's capable of supporting. And man, the AI did very, very well in predicting this. And actually, I did a fake target. I did like a hypothetical target for today. Let me just see if there is a new update to this. I don't know. That is the new update. I did a hypothetical target because I've been practicing for storm chasing. I'm trying to think. Where did I say? I said somewhere here. I think this is Clinton, Louisiana, or Centerville, Mississippi. Somewhere in this like corridor here. So I think I would have done a good job. You taught me so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, anything I could help with. Alabama, you got a big problem coming into your region. This is not a tornado one, but this is a significant one in which we have observed baseball-sized hail heading into your region. Moundville, Etiwa, or York, and Demopolis. Man, I definitely did not say that right. As well as all these surrounding areas in Alabama, Greensboro, Moundville, Forkland, Eeps, Livingston. We have confirmed baseball-sized hail associated with the supercell. A tornado possible tag as well, and destructive tag. So what you can do here, if you live in this new polygon here in Alabama, you have probably about 10 to 15 minutes to protect your vehicle. If you leave your vehicle out in this baseball-sized hail, possibly larger, it could be destroyed or very badly damaged. So if you don't want to deal with insurance all week and absolutely hate your life, if you can try to find a way to protect your vehicle from this monster of a hail-producing storm. I wish I had a better view of your storm, but unfortunately your radar is down. Actually, that's a pretty decent view. Boom, that hail core and that pink, that bright pink. It's yelling, boom. Large baseball-sized hail. That's heading into this region, DeKalb and Portersville. You're right up next to see it. And then this new severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive. That's a level 3 out of 3 tag. 3 out of 3. Coming into the region as well. Let you know if it gets tornado warned. And yeah. I'm under tornado watch, Columbus, Georgia. Yes, isolated tornado watch. Main risk actually happening right now is down to your south. A severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag on it is moving to you to the east, kind of south and east. You can see golf ball sized hail. I think an isolated tornado is possible. I'm really not sure if you're going to see much, honestly. Oh gosh, I feel like random bots today being a little annoying. Does a tornado affect gas prices? Hopefully not. I can't afford the gas to go any more expensive. What are you doing if you see a tornado going straight towards you on the radar one day? Get out of the way. I mean, the big point of having 3 meteorology students as well as a behind-the-scenes meteorology intern is to keep us out of harm's way. So we have a lot of training. We're going to go over training, especially with spectators, to control those factors as much as possible. Honestly, the most dangerous part about storm chasing is not really the storms. It's really the driving. Just generally, because driving is dangerous. This is not a Roblox game, Nate. No, this is real life, where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground just south of Tylertown. Confirmed tornado, and looking at the rotation, not really there anymore. And I still see a hook on that one, so obviously keeping an eye on this. Yeah, so luckily got everyone trained. We'll have a couple of guests, mostly my friends who want to join us, possibly a special guest for my family. We'll see across the storm chase, so get ready for that. They'll be able to provide their expert insight of being unknown to the insights of the insight of technical severe weather, so that's always fun. I'm hoping also to bring on some professors here as well, especially during specific days, and professors who research some of the severe weather stuff. That's another thing I've been working on, so lots of little tidbits you guys should be excited about for this. Ohio's okay. What state are we talking about today? We're talking about Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana are all underneath an active tornado watch. Not the entire portions of the states, but let me zoom out a bit so you can get a better look. These portions of the states. So northern Georgia, central, most of Alabama, south and central Mississippi, and central Louisiana are all the zones that we're currently talking about for tornado risk as well. Count the lawyer, okay. Sky is bright orange and red right now. Jeez. Where are you located? I'm wondering where that sunset's located. Obviously, these high clouds and thunderstorms can lead to amazing sunsets. I think Ohio's okay. Interesting method on issuing such a large severe thunderstorm. This severe thunderstorm warning probably did a push to notifications because it has a destructive tag. I believe that's county specific, but because you see it's orange, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag, level 3 out of 3. This would be the thing I would not want to see when we're storm chasing. With that confirmed baseball-sized hail, that would not be fun to destroy a windshield with. So, fingers crossed, guys. We don't destroy too many windshields over the course of the kind of 10 weeks of the operation. Also keeping a close eye on for the isolated tornado threat embedded with this in this storm. Unfortunately, we are moving towards the radar blind spot. That will really hurt our chances of seeing stuff. Columbus, Georgia, underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for an isolated tornado or two within your region. Be weather aware, and that is unfortunately going to go until 1 a.m. So have that emergency alerts. Have those emergency alerts on for your phone in multiple ways you receive them. Also have that plan in place if you get a warning as late as 1 a.m. Unfortunately, it's 6 hours and 48 minutes on that one. I will also not be live for that late, so please have a way to receive warnings. Montgomery, Alabama has just got underneath a flash flood warning. Most of Alabama and Georgia are underneath flash flood watches because of training thunderstorms, and obviously that one is coming from numerous thunderstorms over Montgomery. Please do not drive through flooded roadways, guys. Please stop. Please don't do that. Okay, what's going on? You're a meteorologist, you know. Where you studying at? Yeah, I mean, remember, a watch, guys. A watch means the ingredients are in place. The warning means to take action. Look at this absolute mess going on, but lots of discrete cells going on in this zone. Quite the interesting look. Just a ton of activity going on. Such interesting storm motions. It's quite the evolving storm mode here. Our two highest concerns right now, honestly, is this confirmed tornado, which has been downgraded to a radar-indicated tornado here in Tylertown, Mississippi, and also our large hail threat that has been observed for baseball-sized hail heading into Alabama now. So you should treat this as a pretty significant threat. You should not be on the roads for this one. Large hail can be dangerous if you're outside or in a vulnerable spot, and it will be destructive to cars and vehicles. We got a major highway 2059 in the way, as well as Moundville, Etowah, Demopolis, Forkland, Greensboro, Eeps, Livingston, York, Emile, Geiger, Portersville, and Scuba. All of you are underneath that significant severe thunderstorm warning for confirmed baseball-sized hail. Did Montgomery get hit? That's a great question. I've not seen any confirmed tornado reports out of Montgomery so far. There was a tornado warning, and I just want to reiterate, the tornado threat has not ended in Montgomery yet. You still have a tornado watch valid until 11 p.m. local time. So stay weather aware for any secondary storm that might come through, bringing large hail or that tornado threat as well. Just making sure mine's updated. Yeah, that's I think everything looks good on my end for radar being updated. Appreciate the follows, guys. We gained over 100 followers this stream. Appreciate that. Welcome to the rainy day weather family. Just T-minus 4 days away from storm chasing with an asterisk of storm dependent. I hope everyone's ready. It's going to be one of the most exciting times of the year. We do have an extension on our active tornado warning here in Natchez. Looks like we're in a zone in which multiple offices are going to have to agree on this warning polygon here. Yeah, I still got some, maybe some tight rotation, actually. Again, another situation in which we're far away from the radar. Not a lot of people going to be underneath this tornado warning. Yeah, it looks like, whoa. Okay, well, they extended it massively, so never mind. Roxy in Bood, Mississippi, now underneath an active tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado. Probably rain wrapped. Try not to visually confirm this tornado. It's going to be shielded with rain. And that is the problem we're dealing with. That's a very long active tornado warning. That will be remain in place for 59 minutes. Can we hide the comment on where I go to school? I don't think I can retroactively do that. You might be able to delete it. I don't know. I think the chat's pretty chill, so I don't think there's too much of a concern. Okay, what other questions we got? Georgia, some portions of Georgia went underneath a tornado watch here. I'm still kind of like, okay, are we gonna see something here? I think an isolated tornado is possible within Georgia. I'm not really concerned of a high-end risk here. Unfortunately, it's gonna be valid until 1 a.m. So if you're planning on sleeping, make sure you have a way to receive warnings at least until the early overnight. All right, gotta say whether aware there. Large hail also remains a risk there. Yeah, I'm mainly concerned about the wind and isolated tornado threat within that corridor. So overall, I don't know how much longer I'll go here, because I think a high-end threat's not really going to. I don't need to knock on wood, but I think we'll probably patch it 30 minutes and see what happens in the next 30 minutes. If things don't really pop off, we might call it. I do have to tear down my room tomorrow, so might be conserving energy for the big leagues. I also probably do a little bit of studying for my Spanish exam. Okay, we do have a new mesoscale discussion, which they are going to say still a strong tornado remains possible here. This is brand new across Jackson, Brookhaven, Macomb, Hattiesburg, Laurel, and Natchez. They're talking about the moment I say that, they're talking about another strong potential tornado happening within this zone. So let's see the exact wording. Supercells showing signs of intensification and increasing tornado potential. We don't have to read all that boring stuff, but yes, that's what the summary says. I was looking in the wind shear. Okay, so they're moving into a more favorable environment and they're developing to be stronger. So, yeah, unfortunately, looks like this corridor is an area in which if one of these supercells really wants to do it, they can become significant or possibly violent. So we'll walk them through this sector that's now been upgraded for EF3 potential. Let me smack that in your screen there. All right, what other questions can help? Oh, currently packing up my room now. Nice. Does Athens, Georgia have a high risk of tornado? I would not say high by any means. An isolated risk of a tornado possible within Atlanta and Athens, those core areas. That's going to be valid until 1 a.m., so have a way to receive warnings. I'm not super concerned about your area. I just don't know if there's enough energy to really make anything happen there. Stay aware either way. Yes, Atlanta, Georgia in the risk. That's kind of what we're dealing with that kind of corridor. To the large-scale radar. Just an absolute mess. This is all kind of being driven off of a very large warm sector and a draping cold front. Warm sector is really, really moist. A ton of water within the rare area. About 2-inch PWatt, which is precipitable water. If you squeeze down the entire column of the atmosphere, right there, it'll be about 2 inches. Might not sound like a ton, but that's a huge amount of water stacked up in the atmosphere. Just think of it, you're holding up a huge shield of 2 inches of water. That's a ton. So, flooding is also another concern associated with these storms as well. Generally, we're kind of monitoring the situation here. We do have an extension on our tornado warning here in this supercell, Columbia, Baxterville, and Kokomo, which we're in Mississippi, is now underneath a tornado warning. So tornado warning now indicated, radar indicated tornado heading eastward at 30 miles per hour. Valid until 7:15 Eastern Standard Time, 6:15 Central Time, heading towards Oak Grove, Hattiesburg, and Rawls Springs. So if you're downstream here in Hattiesburg or the surrounding communities, I'd now be getting towards your safe place. You don't have to be in it, but I'd be off the roads. I'd be getting ready because we had a confirmed tornado on this storm earlier. Now it's radar indicates it's been decreased, but the National Weather Service just came out and said, hey, this has the potential to cause a significant tornado. The EF3 is the current highest possible strength out of this one, at least the kind of recommended possibilities. So I need you to be extra alert downstream, but if you're in Columbia or Baxterville, Mississippi, I need you to take action immediately. So seek shelter right now. Got a question for Fayetteville. I might need a state on that, but I might be able to check. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need a state. What's the state on Fayetteville? These would be Fayetteville, North Carolina, Arkansas, Georgia, Tennessee. There's a lot of Fayettevilles. Alabama. Yeah, I think Monroe should stay out of this. Okay, Georgia, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, for Fayetteville, Georgia. So generally what's going to be happening here over the next few hours is you're currently underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for an isolated tornado risk today. And generally, I don't think it's going to be a huge one, but you should be weather aware, and unfortunately that tornado risk works its way until 1 a.m. So you could see an isolated tornado always late as 1 a.m. Have multiple ways to receive warnings just in case you get a tornado and seek shelter. Create a plan if you do get one. Lowest level of your house, interior room. Associated with that. So there you go. Got that one. Got 2 tornado warnings here now. This firmly sat in Mississippi, southern portions of Mississippi. And we also have a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. Those are kind of our core immediate threats. And then larger scale, here are all of our tornado watch zones right now. Ingredients in place. What about Jackson County, Georgia, just below Gainesville? Yeah, just kind of a similar story there, Bev. An isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. I'm really not too bullish on something happening here. The energy's not too situated, but I definitely can't rule out an isolated tornado. So stay weather aware for that isolated tornado threat. Gonna be more probably towards your late dinner, kind of bedtime hours, but could see 1 a.m. as kind of a late close off there. So stay weather aware, have multiple ways to receive warnings. I don't think it's something you should be too stressed out about. Just be extra prepared just in case. Reading specific areas, trying to do my best. Tornado warnings we're trying to favor, so kind of hopping around. Will that South Mississippi warning hit Brooklyn, Mississippi? I can take a quick gander. I get my churros. I'm craving churros. Oh no, Brooklyn, Mississippi is way up to the north. Right, it's kind of towards, if I'm not mistaken, it's towards Greenville. So you should be pretty solidly okay now. There, Molina. I believe that's Moline. Wiggins, Mississippi? Okay, let me just confirm before. There might be more. Oh, wait, yeah, that's quite the different story. Okay, 1 second. Oh, okay. No, I got you. Okay, yeah, you are kind of downstream of there. So Brooklyn, Mississippi, let me circle you. And you can see the storm is kind of moving in a general easterly direction. It's a little bit close for comfort. You might be included in the next tornado warning, depending on how things kind of develop here, okay? So hopefully the storm kind of meanders a little bit further north so it scrapes by you. I don't think it might drive a little bit further south, but I'd be weather aware, okay? Especially if we just continue to move towards the east. So you have a chance, unfortunately, of getting in that warning zone. Greenville, South Carolina, currently just outside of an active tornado watch. Could see an isolated severe storm. I'm not expecting too much, honestly. Could see an severe weather storm as late as like 1 a.m. So stay weather aware in Greenville, South Carolina. But not crazy. Longview, Texas, I can tell you, Texas's threat's basically over for today. Yeah, nothing really materialized, so should be all good. Got our 2 core threats right now, boom and boom. But becoming pretty unorganized right now, which is some good news. Charlotte, North Carolina, not a thing. I'm going to need a state on that, Columbia. And please don't spam. Yeah, so overall, I think reflecting on the ongoing risk, I think things have verified decently. With these two supercells, it definitely was not a complete bust as we continue to watch these bad boys have the potential to produce something dangerous. But man, this would be so terrible to chase. It'd be outrageous. You got trees. You've got LCLs. The cloud base is about 300 feet. So it's very low. You got rain all over the place surrounding these storms. So it's very hard to see. And then the road network's not very favorable. And you got rush hour. So doesn't really get much worse than that one. Would not be fun to chase in. If we can't help it, we're going to try to avoid chasing the Southeast United States. Of course, we get something like high end or something that looks like it's feasible, then we'll tread lightly and try it out. Let's take a look again on the rotation associated with these storms. First, starting off with our one that honestly looks like the most here. I think this is still on the ground here, just south of Cloverdale, heading down towards the east, 30 miles per hour, towards Roxy and Bude, Mississippi. Let's see. That's pretty rain-wrapped, so that thing might be completely rain-wrapped. Might not be able to see that one at all. That might be on the ground here. Good news is at least the current runway it has is not really aiming towards anyone. But Roxy looks like a smaller town. And we'll get Meadville here too, so a couple of smaller towns. Hopefully they're going to their safe place. Look at this cul-de-sac, tiny school. These are the little cute towns that are embedded in the United States. A lot of them. Yeah, you can see that even on the latest radar scan, you can just see how this entire thing is just rotating. I mean, it's crazy. It's always quite the sight when you see the actual rotation pretty evident on the radar display. You see the actual structure of the storm rotate. And probably you can see the similar stuff with this one. We got all the inflow coming out to the eastward flank, just smashing right into the storm. And there's the hook right there. Cool edit. Again, not a high-end one. Most of the storms are due north. A man who knows. See, Weather Rush, I'll always remember you because you made that meme, so it's kind of hard to forget when you say that. That meme was quite funny. It also was quite shocking. I was like, what? Like, what? Oh, gosh. Yes, it's me, of course. I think you're the first person who made a meme about me. Cool edit, dude. Like, you're not done for the entire night, but, I think we're getting to that point in which I'm feeling comfortable there. Still stay weather aware until that tornado watch gets canceled. It took me a while to make that. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, it did make me laugh, so I appreciate it. Oh, gosh. I'm sure there'll be many, many memes coming out of storm chasing in the field. I am anticipating it. Okay, cool. Just checking on stream integrity. We're good. My name's gonna. I thought your name was different. That's why I was a little confused. But of course, I can't forget your slogan. Montgomery, Alabama, in a tornado watch. That is correct. And you had a tornado warning earlier. You still remain in a tornado watch. Just a reminder, watch is the ingredients are still in place for tornado development. Warning means immediate action remains necessary. Now, taking a look at the storm, I know it's kind of approaching you right now. There's a tiny bit of rotation on it, not going to lie. But now you all starting to flash flood warning, so be weather aware. Please do not drive through flooded roadways. Did you say I was in Spain? Yes, I'm currently in Spain. Not for much longer, though. Less than 40 hours until I return home for my study abroad. So this is the official last stream from another country, probably for a while. I don't know why I'd stream from another country, so this is it. I take my Spanish exam on Friday morning, and then I catch a flight, and I'm back home, guys. And then Monday, we storm chase. So quick turnaround. Get ready. I think my family is excited to see me. No, they're probably excited. I gotta get some last second souvenirs tomorrow, so luckily the weather looks pretty calm, and going to be meeting with the team and discussing plans. Yeah, I've been gone since January, so it's kind of crazy. I think it'll feel good to be home. I gotta relearn how to drive. I've not driven a car since January, and obviously storm chasing requires a lot of driving, so I have my favorite road back at home. I'll probably take the storm chase car on and drive it. There's a nice windy road between my school and like where I'd go back to home, and it is a nice road. Kind of feels like I'm driving an F1 car when I'm driving across the roads. These are like they got like a hairpin turn. Yeah, about 5 months, I guess. Probably I guess it'll be 4 months. Guess right, January to May. 4 months of elapsed time. Yes, there is a tornado watch in Georgia. That's correct. Isolated tornado remains possible. Honestly, we'll see if something materializes. I'll be surprised if we get a tornado in Georgia. I think it's possible, but I just think the energy is quite lacking right now. Question: why did I go to Spain? Well, I wanted to study abroad. I wanted to immerse myself in a different culture. Because there's really no other time, I think, in my life which I'd live in a different country. I think it's such a unique opportunity. I really have enjoyed my time here, and it's been quite an amazing and kind of eye-opening opportunity. So my Spanish is it is better, a lot better than what it was when I first came here, but it's definitely not anywhere near fluent. It's just really hard to learn, obviously. I'm sure if anyone has learned a language. But man, it's been a lot of fun. I haven't really been on my phone much. People make me mad. That's understandable. Trust me, I have to deal with Facebook comments. And I think TikTok had a bad comment today. I talked about how the radar being down was bad because radar beams curve away from, or the Earth curves away from the radar beam, and then someone in the TikTok, I think it was probably a bot, but they were like, the Earth is flat and this is just fake news. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, I'm not reading your paragraph of stupidity. Yeah, Facebook is definitely a lot worse. I'm trying to be. Yeah, Facebook is just bad. This is kind of